Welcome back, YouTube. Second rejection off the 50. And that horizontal we were watching. And the diagonal that we wanted to get over. Remember to hit that like button on the way in, guys. I don't know, there's a whole lot of trading going on, Reaper. I'm sure there's some nice shorts cooking, but this doesn't look like a bottom to me yet, so I'm not really playing with anything. What's going on, Banshee? I think everybody has to watch the same commercial though, so except for the guys with premium, YouTube premium, or ad blockers. Yeah. Not a whole hell of a lot to look forward to as far as direction from this trap. We've got a type 2 trap, and I expect it to just go down, honestly. Maybe slow down a little bit on the weekend. It would be nice to trap shorts a little lower, but don't get your hopes up for this one. Yeah. CME is close. CME is right at about this M pattern. I'll check exactly what. 105,060. Actually, it is up in the range. We'll see. As of right now, though, it's a type 2 trap where we have our trap short right underneath where right underneath where it would be. Right about here. About the storm, yeah. I'll be right back. Give me a second, Sean. All right, I'm back, good people. Look at gold. So far, taking profit at the 618 came in pretty clutch. Two's looking good. We should be getting close to the bottom of the dip. This is a lesson when it comes to patience with setups. This cup and handle from beginning to end started forming in 2011 and didn't even finish the cup until 2020. Just the flag portion of this shit that I played was from 2020 till 2023 for the breakout. Right, so you're basically at the same price point that you were at in 2011. And then rockets. Now this was war. One hell of a chart. Yeah, I'll look at alts in a second, but until Bitcoin really falls sideways, so we can prove we're gonna go sideways here, your alts are gonna get cheaper if Bitcoin loses this. No matter what alt you're talking about. Dominance needs to come back down. Hopefully we can take all of this while it's dropping and then we won't get too big of a drop on the alts. I'll look, but it's gonna be so dependent on what Bitcoin does here, whether this keeps pushing. One big daily candle brought you all the way up to the 800 EMA. Little extension. 6618 brings it up to its top resistance, but you're gonna need some retracement between here and there. That would be a decent spot. I was trying to see if it played its measured move out completely yet. I would imagine it did though. Yeah, a little bit of FOMO blow off here. Got two possibilities here. You climb over, hold that 2618 and push off to the 3618. Or you come down, retest, and then make that push to 3618. Either way, you're in from low, right? So you don't until we break this SR flip, you don't have anything to worry about. But if we do break that, you got a pretty big gap sitting here. Price is gonna move really fast through that range if this support doesn't hold. Not a bad time to do some research. Make sure what alts you want to be looking at when we do find these bottoms. So that if we get some sort of flash wick down, you're not scrambling trying to figure out what you want to grab. Nah, Gustav, I'd have to look into it. Nice. Probably gonna go to the gym in a bit here while I'm still fasted. Come home to some good dinner. Probably find Bitcoin sitting right here at 1046. Gonna be watching this tape today like a hawk. You want to see some aggressive buys come in. Right, these micro Bitcoin transactions aren't gonna cut it. We'll definitely see it on the tape before we see it anywhere else. You get this call, I'll be right back. Yeah, it's the best, Olu. Could also take away some of this boredom and keep me from doing something stupid sitting in front of these charts. Yeah, I'm looking to add to some link. I'm looking to add to some link. I'm looking to add to some soul. Hey, give me 1 second to finish rolling this up. Like, nah, it's quiet over there. Quiet for Mr. Win. He got liquidated and then he opened a smaller position, little revenge position. I didn't even bother tracking that one, bro. It's like, look, you had your swing at it, Win, and we're not just gonna keep doing this until you're broke.
Bro, there's no way he wasn't hedging that long with the short. There is no way.
You would like to think so. I mean, I say the same thing when we see those 100x liquidations get hit. You know, part of me is like, look at these idiots, and then part of me is like, they have to have a hedge. Like, that had to be a hedge.
X's are just degen, so I can understand that, but a whale playing in public, like properly in public like that he was moving the price down, man. He had to have a short, man. There's no way.
He might have been trying to start a party before time.
You think so? He was just trying to get the ball rolling?
It's possible. I mean, the crazy thing is that there's no way to tell, right? There's so many different types of traders. That's a horrible advertisement for Hyperliquid. What's the advertisement? Come here and take a massive trade and then let everybody rush you and attack you because all your shit is public. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I didn't think of that one.
Yeah, I saw a part of it. Yeah, it could be a lot of different things, bro. Sometimes you don't have to go any further than he got to the bag before he was supposed to and didn't know what to do with it. Yeah, we need a follow-up interview. New battle pass came out for off the grid today. If you didn't finish your last battle pass, I think today it got reset. They're rumoring full mainnet within the week or two. There's a meta floating around right now of not opening your hexes and waiting for it to get to OpenSea and then selling them unopened on OpenSea. But I don't know. I tossed it around. I tossed that idea around early. But I think until you have all the shit that you need to be able to play the game and win on a regular basis, it doesn't make any sense to do that.
Hey, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
Bro, your M2 is used more for the times thing, right? Than the price thing.
Yeah, you can't look at where M2 is and tell what price Bitcoin is going to be at the top of it.
So when does it kick in to go up now? Like roughly, I mean, obviously it's like,
Oh, we're in
Oh,
that we're in that dip. Up straight. Offset has been very dynamic in the last couple, but just off by like 2 or 3 days. I think 3 should do it. See the drop I'm talking about though?
yeah. So it's not a long, prolonged, like hanging around over here types.
Mm-mm. No. I still like the 105 more than anything. I think we're going to catch back up to it here in the long run. And so aside from being offset, it's following pretty closely. Right where we're supposed to be. It's just offset a bit. These tariffs being on and then off again and then on again and then off again are going to screw with that offset. Right? Because basically what it's doing is speeding up the money, slowing down the money, pausing the money, speeding the money, pausing the money again. Up and to the right. So we find the bottom here. I told y'all when I brought you the M2 thing that this was probably going to be the most actionable piece of alpha that we get for the rest of the bull market. That thing has made trading these last couple months a breeze. At least for the macro. Yeah, it is a little trippy. I mean, we were responsible about it, right? We didn't get crazy. We didn't get crazy trying to time it to the very second of the takeoff. But it did give us all the information that we needed for our go zone down here. Right? Or we loaded up heavy at the bottoms. Without global M2, I think, well, the reason that I brought it up was because there was so much uncertainty about if we were going to break and go lower, if the bull market was over, if da 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 da. This thing has been one of the best teaching tools in my whole toolbox, bro. Like, it's been so easy to explain why the bull market isn't over, how global liquidity is tied to Bitcoin. Like, I think it was a lot easier for people to grasp it once they saw it. The chart looks good now, but let's not forget that almost 2 weeks ago now or whatever, when I drew this red arrow down, was not very popular. Nobody wanted to see that part. even if it has this green arrow attached to it. And I don't mean nobody could see it. I mean, they just didn't want to see it, right? Everything was so bullish here. Ethereum. What are we gonna do with you, ETH? That 50 EMA has really shot up. Remember the first time when we hit these tops and we were looking to retrace back to the 50? It would have been all the way down at 2178. Now we're looking more at 2-3 range. Remember, our whole plan for this was stay sideways on ETH long enough to where the 50 can come up above this vector gap and provide some support to keep Ethereum from having to come down through that vector. So I'm hoping we only get target 1. Right? But if that doesn't hold, then we could very well see very close to 2K again.
Is that a golden cross about to happen in your circle? Is that like the 200?
Yeah, that's the 200 and the 50. Remember, golden crosses pop up after the move has already happened. And 9 times out of 10, price retraces into the golden cross before it continues its move. Right? It's the same thing that we saw on Bitcoin when I came in that night and I was like, look, you're going to hear this shit everywhere. Remember, I was like, just pay no attention to the whole golden cross hype. Because the way it usually plays out is, where is my golden cross at? I like to use the simple moving averages for that. Wait, I already did this TA somewhere. Yeah, so this is where I did it, remember? What was that? Daily golden cross, what you need to know. So every time we've gotten these golden crosses, we've retraced back into it before continuing. Right? Because the move is already sort of exhausted by that point. Right? You whipped the 50 EMA all the way up and whipped it past the 200. That means you've been pushing for a while already. Right? So you get the golden cross, everybody gets excited about the golden cross, and then price retraces into it. This was one of our few anomalies. Right, where price came and went, but that was Bitcoin ETFs, and shit was crazy at that point. That golden cross sent us, we never came back. We didn't retest the 50 until all the way up here. Same here, this golden cross. We can forget about the second one. Just on the actual cross itself, we got 12% drop. point, but then we had an even sort of bigger drop after. Anyways, that's what was giving me pause up here. Everybody was like, "Oh, golden pocket." I mean, golden cross. That's what's gonna be what sends us 120 incoming. It's like, yeah, maybe. Like when we look back on it, yeah, but 10% average retracement into a golden cross, and we're already looking at 7. 10% retracement would bring us. Funny how that works, huh? 100K.
Your target.
I swear I don't plan this stuff out. It's just the confluence keeps stacking up. You know what I mean? Confluence just keeps stacking up. And if we look at for motivations or reasons to need to go down or gas to go down, there's liquidations all the way up to 99.8. These will be bigger on lower time frames. And you also have your unreclaimed vector right here. So this vector gap right into those ranges. Now coming into that, now you would have on the daily support of the 50 EMA, the 50 MA, the 200 MA. Like we're over some serious moving averages here, right? So the thoughts of coming down underneath that, like when somebody says, "Oh, we could see 80 again" or whatever, it's like, I mean, anything is possible, yeah, but what you're saying is that 50 is not going to hold, that 50 EMA is not going to hold, the 50 MA is not going to hold, the 200 MA is not going to hold, the 200 EMA is not going to hold. I don't see that happening.
So that would make like a inverse head and shoulders, right?
Yeah, very similar to sort of what we were looking at on ETH. I don't love it because it's slanted, so I won't draw it, but yeah, for the most part. It would have to come down a little deeper than that, though. If it was to come down into low 90s, then you would have. You'd have to come down to like 96, 96, 95-ish area. I don't think it's going to take long. It doesn't, in my opinion, this is the last retracement. This move down that we're looking at here is the last move before things go crazy. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong in 4K. You know? It's the joy of doing live TA. Yeah, if to be like textbook pattern, you want the shoulders to come down to the same area. I mean, something can be in the spirit of, right? Like something could be in the spirit of an inverse head and shoulders and not match exactly, but still have the same sort of structure. But then you're getting a little subjective. Like you need some experience under your belt before you can start to sort of look at that. Long. I'm saying if I'm wrong about this being the last retracement before we go, that move down to the 50 on the daily for Bitcoin. But I have the same level of conviction that I had that 49 was the bottom, that 74 was the bottom. Showing some continued weakness here on my little top 4 that I'm watching. Link still got a way to go. I think we do get this move on Link. Soho, I think, is going to fake out this M pattern. The reason I say I think it's going to fake out the pattern because the measured move would bring it down to 136. And we've played that game with them before. I'll tell you what this reminds me of. This reminds me of this M pattern here. I know you guys remember this doozy. Right, measured move was supposed to come down and clear that vector. And then they front ran the bottom of the M and just sent it. So this to me here, this whole thing here is a pretty big front run zone.
Yo, they just figured out how to make man-made gold.
Yeah, I saw that. Very small amounts. But Peter
Kinda
Schiff
wild,
is
though.
probably punching the air somewhere right now. Bro, you know we're just a couple technological advancements away from you get some gold. You get some gold.
Well, yo, I mean, how did that work out with the diamond market? The diamond market's still fine, even though they're synthetic diamonds, right?
Yeah, but they had a shit on it. Like there was a big campaign. There was a big sort of calculated campaign to make people feel like lab grown diamonds aren't as special or aren't as
Right.
all these the bears and you know what I mean, all the jewelry things.
Oh, yeah.
There's this
The
one I
beers?
saw the other day where the guy brought the girl a ring and she was like, "Oh my god, it looks so beautiful. It's like if it was grown in a lab." And he was
Well, yeah,
like,
De Beers.
this diamond was created by the pressures in the earth and da da. Like they're really selling it hard. You know what I mean? It's the same
Yeah, of
shit,
course.
bro. It's the same shit.
With De Beers, they know how to sell things because the whole thing with America and the U.S. and giving a woman a diamond on a wedding day was brought upon by De Beers as a marketing campaign. Before their
Mm-hmm.
campaign, there were no diamonds in wedding rings. And they pushed this campaign really hard and put out a lot of propaganda and made it like a normal thing to think like every wedding band has to have a diamond on it. And that was all De Beers. That was their marketing.
You used to see the guys' rings now, bro. Even the guys' rings are iced out. For a while, it was just that one single diamond on the woman's ring, and then your plain ass band. You know. Now they
And then
got
others,
like full infinity diamonds, pave all the way around.
yeah. So I'm just wondering, there's that theory though. It's like, remember, there's a theory that we just were put here by aliens to mine gold. I guess if you could turn lead into gold, then that whole idea, that's a lie.
Yeah, because if
Aliens
they
put us
were,
here
yeah, if
on
they had the technology to do that, then why couldn't they just make their own gold?
exactly.
No, we're back to not having a use case again, bro. Just here to eat and poop.
Hey, that's bullish for
And
Bitcoin.
rack up that Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's bullish for crypto.
We invalidated this bull flag on Litecoin, so let's give it its matching M pattern since everything wants to. That's we're just gonna all the way across the alts.
So Elon's saying that his kid gave him that black eye.
Yeah, likely story.
I mean, it's part of the club. I'm telling you. Look it up. It's a rabbit hole. It's called the Black Eye Club.
I mean, I can believe it, man. My kid has done that to me quite a few times. All my like eye sockets are all like, shaken up. And he's only 6 years.
Yeah, kids get rowdy.
Oh, 6-year-old. That's a 6-year-old big, bro. 6-year-old will give you a bad day.
Yo, Dbloc, what on Solana right there? That purple box, is that just a resistance support flip, or is
No,
that
so
vendor?
what I'm planning on doing on Sol here is, like I said, I feel like they're gonna front run this. It's pure. When I say I feel like it's gonna get front run, I mean that in every sense of the word. It's just a feeling. It's just an instinct. So the responsible way to approach that is, right, then take this SR flip that's here for this resistance. And then anything underneath that is where I grid my buys. Right? So like we were talking about the other day, how to get into positions when you're DCAing down, like what you would use. So first we would check our fibs. And make sure that they're on yeah, so golden pocket's running right through the middle of it. Your 0.5 fib right there. So let me do this now so I don't have to do this later, and then I can leave a visual on the chart. Golden pocket. Bottom of golden pocket. The well fib. And then
Well, fib,
lastly,
what's that?
the measured move. 702 they call the hidden fib or the whale fib. When price breaks golden pocket and everybody expects 786, large amount of front runs or wicks come down to the 702. So it's been sort of like labeled the whale fib, for lack of a better term. And then I think one more DCA here at the last resistance. Yeah. So now I get rid of my box. Get rid of my fibs. And that'll be my martingale.
Appreciate you, Dbloc. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm. And this, more than anything, is just because I don't like to watch Sol. Do want to have some Sol. I think it's going to do good. I think it's at good prices. But I hate watching this chart. So I'd much rather set myself a nice little grid. And for those that weren't watching, the dynamic DCA strategy we're talking about is whether it's $1, $10, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, whatever your, whatever your trading range is, you'd start off really light, right? So you'd start off with $100, and then down at your next DCA, you'd go to your 200, So what that does is, if you were to just put 1 and 1, that would be your average, right in between both, right? But when you put 100 and you double up, then your average comes down 3/4 of the way, right above price. And then the next DCA would be 400, and again that would snatch down the average. And then 8, and then your final buy 16. So the reason that you want to do that is because on this final buy of the 16, your average is going to be nice and low right here. If this continues to break and you were wrong about your setup and you hit a stop loss, then you're only losing this, right? That's your stop loss. So it would be the difference between losing 2%, or if you hadn't done that, then your average would be all the way up here, right? And you'd be automatically 8% down when you hit your stop loss.
Am I crazy thinking this? So if you're in a long and you're underwater and it's a bit further away, rather than just closing the position, you can just double down and then have a stop loss just right under it, so you don't actually go in the hole that much.
Yeah, but you got to
Is
be
that
careful what asset you do that shit on. You can't double down on everything. You're gonna end up in a world of hurt. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because
that's
the
true.
assumption is that it can only go down so far. So we can make those assumptions with Bitcoin. Like there's a range. Like okay, chances are, but you know something like a meme coin or something like a lower liquidity coin, like yeah, you could be DCAing for 50% down. I don't trust it. You can never trust somebody that doubles down too much. When I was a kid and we used to play dice, um, we would lose, and there was a courtesy, you know, where you had to play it back. So it's like double down, double down. But after the second double down, like, nah, you need to pay out. You need to pay out, and then we'll run it again. But I need cash in hand. Starting to think your ass betting here.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah, they'll double down until they hit, take the money and run. Know damn well if they hadn't hit, you wouldn't be getting nothing. I had a bad gambling problem when I was a kid, yo. Blame it on my cousin. We used to sit on the stoop and bet on what cars came down the road, what color. Like we put money that the next car that came down the road from the left side or the right side was red or white, or whatever color. Right? Me and you were sitting on the stoop. You'd have the right side. I'd have the left side. And then we would just take prediction bets on the color of cars and shit. And then it went to the dice, and then it went to the spades. And then we went to Atlantic City. And yeah. Crypto killed all that gambling shit for me. I know it sounds crazy to say it because it scratches that itch for some people, but um, it killed it for me. Like I can't see myself going to gamble on anything. Like the edge is so good here. Why would I go risk it on some? You know what I mean? Just risk it on luck. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Gustav. You can't do that with every asset.
One of my shit coins moved up 500% today.
Nice. Took some profit.
And I broke even. I was down 500%.
Hey, look, a win is a win, bro. The way I look at it is like once I'm down bad, I kind of just chalk that money off as a loss. So even when I get to break even, I still feel like I made that money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you heard of Pocket Network?
Pocket?
Yeah.
No. No, I feel you, Parabolic, but I can do a better job of telling you where the price is going to end up, even on the shitcoin, versus where that ball is going to end up on the roulette wheel.
Bro,
Like,
the thing with the roulette wheel, the guys doing it, they do it all day, every day for years on end. You don't think it's a skill that they'll be able to spin it certain ways, certain
it's
Nah.
speeds
it's the
to get
safest
it in
game.
a certain.
It's the best game in the house if you want to play the odds.
No, for reals, no, it's true. Mickey Mace and Mickey Mace's documentary that he explains it as well.
Man, Mickey Mace is a crackhead.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's not. I'm not gonna argue that one.
Bro, I've seen him put some people through a world of hurt, bro. He's a crazy bummy looking poker dude, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I
guy
like
that's banned from most casinos in Vegas for making too much money.
Nah, I've seen him put some of the old timers through a world. I've seen some of the small games, like celebrity games and shit like that. I guess he gets more of a pass in those because I know he can't just pop into the casino.
I mean,
And
poker, if you're
I
that
don't
good,
even think I think some of those dudes are even popped out of the world tournament. Like I don't think he can do the world poker tournament either.
you don't need to anymore.
Yeah, that shit is just fun at that point. If you got, professional gambling is doable if you're not a gambler.
It's all about risk assessment.
That's what I mean. You can't be like I don't know any like super successful professional poker players that have that bug still. It's like work. You know what I mean? It's work. They've got a system. They work it, but there's not a whole hell of a lot of gambling going on.
But that's what makes the good players is the risk management. It's not really the strategy of the cards and how they play the cards. It's how they manage the risk.
Lorenzian classification is cool, Yuski, but that's kind of just what it is. Kind of, it's cool. Is it gonna help me make my decision faster? Nah, it really doesn't. It takes so long to read it, and then all the time you got to put into training the damn thing to get it accurate. It's cool though, like on some TA nerd shit. It's cool as hell.
I got a little bit of buy warming up here. A few milli coming in. See if Doge could do a little double bottom here.
You get banned for all types of reasons at the casino, Gustav. The casino likes to have an edge. If they at any point feel like they don't have an edge on you as a player, then you just won't be allowed to gamble there anymore.
In Romania, I got banned because I was smashing one of the girls I was working there. And they banned me just for like they found out I was hooking up with her. Saw me at a club with her. Like, nope, can't come here anymore.
Well, I mean, that's a point of weakness, right? Yeah. If she ever wanted to pull some insider shit.
It was either that or her get fired. And I was like, nah, I'll just stop coming. And I wasn't making any money either. I'm like, what's up? You guys have been killing me. What are you talking about? You guys want to stop like taking my money? Fine. It's not like I was winning there.
I was playing a family game with my grandma, and she's just dying laughing. She's killing everybody, bro. And she's dying laughing. And I mean, like, when I say dying laughing, I mean, like, uncontrollably dying laughing. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So she's laughing so much that she literally has to get up and go pee. She gets up, like 37 cards fall out of her lap. She had 2 decks. She had 2 decks that she'd been cheating all night, bro. And then when we came back, we're like, oh, you know, now we know why you were laughing. She's like, that's not even why I'm laughing. Look behind you. I was sitting in front of this big ass mirror. She was just looking at my cards the whole night, bro.
That's funny.
She was looking at my cards the whole night and calling all my shit.
You need a grandma like that to teach you, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
teach you some lessons there.
Yeah, trust nobody.
Yeah, they were just mad I had that Riz. In Romania, though, you don't need Riz. As long as you can speak English, you got game there. I was starting to get good at Texas, but I wasn't managing my risk that well. I had some pretty good winnings, and then, you know the story. Easy come, easy go. Everyone waiting for that 17-cent Doge. I won't be mad because I got some loot coming. I'll scoop some. Just hope I get a good price by Monday. Yeah, I found a little chip on my gas tank on the bike, and I hit up the dealer. I tried to play off like, "Oh, you saw the bike. You're sitting in front of you. You should have said something if you saw it." And I'm like, "Nah, dude, I didn't bring a magnifying glass. Things like the size of a BB, a little bit smaller." And then I look up at the picture before I bought the bike, and I see it at the dealer. I zoomed in, and you could see the little nick there. I played them. Homeboy called me some bad names too because I was like we were just going back and forth. You know what I had to do? I had to call up Yamaha and give him a piece of my mind.
That's funny.
They already offered me a few $100, and I was like, nah, let me think about this. What approach I'm gonna take. They thought they had me because I was supposed to inspect the bike, but then they're like, no, dude, that happened when you transported it or something. You know, I'm like, nah, I babied that thing. I went like 30 miles an hour the whole way home. I did not scratch it. And luckily, I found that picture on their website before I bought it. I got the smoking gun. Might have to put Yamaha under my belt. I already got Ford under my belt. Got Jeep under my belt. Cannabis companies under my belt. They created a monster, Dbloc.
Well, you just want what was yours. Want what you paid for.
What's that?
So you just want what you pay for.
Nah, I want more, man. I got verbally abused.
Well, you know, you do need some pain and suffering. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it triggered my PTSD, man. I got verbally abused. A dude called me a DICK on the phone. He hung up on me. It was supposed to be the best experience of my life getting that motorcycle, and he made it one of the worst days of my life. So I'm emotionally scarred right now. Mike said he wouldn't sell Drew a cracker. Yo, Mr. Moon. Moon Dang already mooned, man. Mr. Moon. I gave Moon Dang at 20, what was it, 20 million? I took profit at 30 million. What do you want? Where's it at? Still at like half a billion? That's probably like 200 million right now. It's still 10x from, almost 10x from where I sold. No, I'm not a slip and fall guy, man. I only do I won't do anything illegal, nothing fraudulent. I won't create something out of nothing. They got to give me something to work with. I'm an honest guy. I don't lie. I do little white lies on my Twitter, but it is what it is. I got like 7 Twitter accounts, so I'm allowed to. But no, it's always someone doing me dirty. It's not like me going out and slipping and falling on purpose or doing some kind of fraudulent activity. I always just wait, and I'll put out the bait. If I catch you in the trap, then you're caught. But I swear I've never made, I've worked my ass off my whole life. And once I started doing these lawsuits, man, it's like finally things paid off. Don't let the man walk all over you. Mr. We should never trust anyone who says I'm an honest guy. I got licked. I would never be Drew's girlfriend either. He would find a reason to sue me. We could always do a prenup, It's all good. I got licked. I like your name. I got licked. Sometimes I'm in Romania right now, but I don't live there. I don't live here. I'm not talking about there. Or am I in Romania? Where am I? I don't even know where I am. Nah, you don't have to spend time in court. Let the AI send the emails and sit there and wait. Getting a little bit of self pressure here. Yeah, Romania is the capital of sex chat girls, whatever you call that. There's definitely some hotties there. My girlfriend, she's Romanian. Of course, she's a hottie. She's a belly dancer. All right, Bitcoin's testing that previous little low it made. It's either going to double bottom here or we dip down to hell. And hell is only 101 to me. Yeah, Mike S, come through to Philly. Right out the way. Nah, she doesn't have a sister. She got some cute friends though. It ain't no fun if the homies can't have them. You're right, Christy. I know Romania can be involved in the war, and I have property at a very strategic location, and I'm trying to sell that property before it gets bombed. Because I had a weird dream the other night, and I've been trying to sell this property, but there's a lot of bureaucracy there, all this paperwork I'm trying to do. But yeah, it's things could get hot there. Mike S is at the beach riding that jet ski. You know it. Johnny Chopsticks. Gypsies have magic tears. A little bit of buy, a little bit of buy. Oh, there's some FUD out there. Forbes.com, BlackRock, 70 billion Bitcoin price nightmare just got a lot worse. Bitcoin has fallen sharply since hitting an all-time high last week, down 6%, despite the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance issuing a huge Bitcoin prediction. They're fighting it. That's good. It's a good sign they're fighting it. Now, as fears swirl, the U.S. dollar could be teetering on the verge of collapse. A serious BlackRock warning that quantum computing could pose an existential risk to Bitcoin has been escalated by a Google research paper that found encryption-breaking quantum computers could be a lot closer than previously thought.
Blah, blah, blah.
But isn't that funny that BlackRock did put out a warning about quantum computing just now recently? Interesting timing, right?
Yeah.
Forbes is the worst, though. Yo, JP Morgan, he's gangsters. Like, man, guys better be doing stockpiling bullets, not Bitcoin. He said the United States should stockpile guns, ammunition, and drones, not Bitcoin. Yo, Dbloc, have you dug into that the crypto torture case in New York?
No.
Yeah, I dug into it a little bit, and I watched some of these dudes' interviews from like 2 years ago. Man, it's wild. Like, you would not picture these dudes sitting there, like, you know, chainsawing people and electrocuting them with their feet in water, like all types of peeing on them. Yeah, it's just like this dude using a bunch of blogs and doing interviews, and he just seemed like a happy-go-lucky crypto guy that was down with the program. But it's weird because they got the mayor's security guy that came to pick up one of the people from the airport. So there's someone from Mayor Adams' circle that's involved in this torture case. And not only that, there's another official too. I forget who it was. There's one more official connected to some kind of like government thing that was involved. So 2 people that were like government insiders that were involved in this torture case. Yeah, so GameStop bought another $500 million Bitcoin. I didn't know that 2 days ago. Yo, so they already raised the $2.44 billion for the Bitcoin treasury plan. That's crazy.
They what?
Or no? All right, they got 1.44 billion already out of the 2.44 billion for the Bitcoin treasury plan. Oh no, they actually already raised $2.32 billion for it. So they secured it. Trump Media secures $2.32 billion for Bitcoin strategy. So just announced successful completion of a significant private placement offering to build its Bitcoin treasury. The offering, which involves 50 institutional investors, included the sale of 55.8 million shares of common stock priced at $25.72 each, raising $1.44 billion, and the issuance of convertible senior secured notes through 2028 totaling $1 billion. So he just convinced a lot of people to just dump some of his shares. Like, yo, just sell some of my shares and throw it in this. I'd be pissed if I was holding some of his shares and I wasn't one of the people involved. So he's like, yo, I need to get some money to get some Bitcoin. 50 you guys, can you guys just sell some of my shares? 55.8 million shares, please, real quick. And we can put that into the Bitcoin. That's basically what happened. So now Trump Media, they're becoming a major player in the corporate Bitcoin space. It's one of the largest Bitcoin treasury deals for any public company. The net proceeds from this offering and the company's strategy will make Trump Media one of the top Bitcoin holders among publicly traded U.S. firms with one of the most comprehensive Bitcoin treasury strategies. Going big on Bitcoin. They say China leaning out, we're leaning in. I still don't think China's leaning out. I think that was just some hot air, like you said. So that means the company's going to have more than $3 billion in liquid assets, and their shareholders now have exposure to Bitcoin. So I guess the shareholders that didn't take part of that, they're still got some new exposure. I don't know if the price dumped when they did that, if they sold 55 whatever million shares. I'll be right back.
I'm back, yo. My bad. I had to order my food. Yeah, Alta getting smacked. We were saying earlier, if Bitcoin dominance goes up past 64 while Bitcoin's retracing, that the alts were gonna get smacked. Poor timing.
So yeah, this James Wins guy, that's how he got his loot. He sold 20% of the moon pig that he was the dev of.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know that. So he just did it like that.
Made his money on memes.
Yeah, bro. The guy went from putting like 500K to like making 9 mil or 90 mil.
Like one of those people that says like, well, if I turn 10 into 20, then I can turn 100 million into 200 million, right? It's the same math. Like, yeah, slightly different.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. This dude's claiming he called Pepe 600K market cap. Paulie was trying to do the same thing, saying he called Pepe at 600 market cap. 600K. Moon pig, pork. Could it be Paulie? Because he got a lot of money from pork. Him and that dude, H Wonder. They got a lot of money off of it.
It looks like memes and AI have taken the biggest hit here. All the memes on this list are down 15% or more. And then the AI agents, AI XBT is down 20%. Oh boy. That's some money tonight. Spend some money tonight. Come on, market maker. Let's go. We've been waiting for 1 and 2 long enough. Let's just get it. I know you want to go there. You know you want to go there. You got the whales to actually start selling now. Get it. I don't know. If I would have sold in May, RH, I would have missed out on some nice gains. But I told you guys, when we popped to 112 instead of retracing from 103 to 105, right, that would have been just a retrace. 103 to 105, little meaner version retrace. Bumping to 112 turned that into a correction. The big difference between needing a retrace and needing a correction. Right, corrections are downtrends and they last, right? They're not quick. Good news is, in my opinion, we're already more than 70% through. Top to bottom, if they give me the 99 or the 100K, we'd only be talking about a 10% drop from ATH. It's not the chart that made it feel like it was impossible. It was the sentiment that made it feel like it was impossible.
You think if we break 100K, we're gonna lose all sentiment?
Nah, we'd have to go really deep underneath that. We've got some vectors and some shit. I think we can like wick down to like 97, high 96s. Not saying we will. I'm saying I think we can get there and not completely destroy sentiment.
Well, the good thing is as well is most people know there's a bit of a CME gap, so sentiment might stay intact as well. But you think even if we get to like 97 or 98, you don't think that market makers will want to just sweep that CME gap before?
We looked at all our EMAs underneath us. That 50 EMA is gonna hold. I don't see that. I would be surprised if it didn't hold the 50 on a daily. I don't have a lot of faith in Bitcoin Cash, Jacob. I know some people that trade it, but me personally, I don't. It doesn't offer what ETH offers. It doesn't offer even a, a percentage of what ETH offers. I think its volatility comes from the whales that pump it, that like to have little whale parties, and people who buy it by mistake, thinking it's Bitcoin. I'll tell you one thing. I have had to practice a lot of patience with this move up. I mean, what made it better is I didn't feel left behind because I was in position. But what I mean is holding off on the alts. Remember, I kept telling y'all I'm not buying any alts until Bitcoin dominance gets down to those levels. I'm not buying any of the small alts. And this is why, right? Until Bitcoin dominance is down at least close to half and half, you can get 20% retracements across the alts. Easy. It's not easy. Being patient is the hardest part. I mean, I nibbled on some plays, just short term shit, just so that it didn't bug me too much. But I've just seen it happen so many times before. Like that cheap price when you think it's at the cheap price. Sometimes it's not.
Getting a little bit of sell pressure here. Testing that support.
Yeah, I agree, RH, which is why I'm glad we're doing this now. Hey, we could have sat up there for weeks. Right? Time is running out for Bitcoin and alts. We want to be up and out into price discovery for as long a time as possible. Right? The timing of the cycle isn't going to speed up or slow down for anybody unless some serious liquidity comes in. So it's good that we get this out of the way now.
Yo, Dbloc, so in price discovery, is it more common for less retracements?
Yeah, not because you're in price discovery, but when Bitcoin goes into price discovery, then ETH, BTC, and the alts, that's when they really start to fly. So dominance will go down once Bitcoin gets into price discovery, even though Bitcoin is flying. Like we saw when it dropped to whatever, when we got up there to 112 and we saw that drop on dominance. Once that dominance is low, then the moves that alts make, they'll be able to sustain them because their BTC pairs will be looking good. Problem is the BTC pairs look like shit. So you pump on USD, but your BTC pair still looks like shit. And as soon as the USD stops flowing in, full retrace, right, to the BTC value.
Gotcha, appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, if we look at some, let's see what got hit the least, right? We'll scroll down and we'll look at what got hit the least. Bitcoin, obviously. ETH. Yeah, in the single digits, ETH, XCN, XMR, Swift, Bitcoin Cash only dropped 3%. ZBCN, Ronin, surprisingly enough. And Pepe Coin is only down 0.3%. Hyperliquid is pumping, of course. And then on the opposite side of the spectrum, in the 15 plus, Mu with Ponky, Nitron, Spec, Brett, Turbo, Launch, Gun, Zero Bro, Voxel, AI XBT. So you see the you see what they have in common, right? It's all the more highly speculative AI and meme coins. What did Sui drop? 8%. So we don't ever do the bad thing when you wanted to do the bad thing. I start seeing double-digit drops on the alts, and I'm like, ooh, Sui. Sui's like, nah, chill. They're not like us. STX is down 9%. That's not bad. Tau, see, like, just some of the stronger shit. Render didn't break double digits. That's surprising. Let's go look at crypto bubbles. Should we look at crypto bubbles? All right, this isn't going to be pretty, guys. Just warning before we get there. Sorry about the flashbang. All right, this is my portfolio of coins that I want to be holding when it's time to pick up the lower coins, right? So this is what I come and I look at every day to make myself feel better about not picking up some of the lower ones. Oh wait, I'm lying to you. That's the top 100. Hold on. Yeah. So this is what I plan on picking up. I've got the bigger ones already. Right, your higher market cap shit. But that, for the most part, is what I plan on taking with me. We had some nice movers for the month. But most of the lower cap stuff that wasn't like sort of just highly speculative that we were playing because of volume, It's still dropping for me. And this is, I go to BTC price. So the money that's meant to go into those alts is sitting in Bitcoin. So I need to worry more about the BTC price than the USD price for my buy-ins, right? And I mean, significantly cheaper on its BTC price. Right, so if you were going from cash into some of these alts, yeah, the bottom where you should have bought in already came and you haven't come back down to it. You probably won't come back down to it. For me, I haven't seen the bottoms yet. Right, because I'm denominating against Bitcoin. Mike with the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, bro. You know. Don't be right here until this is all done, and it's never done, so. Even on the live chart, nothing is popping up against its Bitcoin. Its Bitcoin value. Go back to USD. See, USDT, now you got some action in USD value. Yeah, I'll look at Litecoin real quick. If I could find what I did with that chart. 1 second. Litecoin's getting cheaper, but it's leaving vectors behind. So it retested its daily and it lost it. We're saying all the coins, if you've lost your 50, look to the left. Right, if you lost your 50, look to the left and find that unrecovered vector. You're gonna see it on almost every asset. All right, this is our target. Good news is you are leaving vectors on the way down, which means market makers set long positions in this range. What you want to make sure is that you don't break structure, right? So we want to hold this SR flip that's already established, at the very least. With the wicks. So that's what I'm looking for personally. Guys, it's all going to be the same right now. I'll go to Tau so you can see what I mean. Losing its 50. Look to the left. Unrecovered vector. Almost recovered the whole thing. That's also where your structure is. Pepe is going to be the same thing. They're literally carbon copies, right? If it loses the 50 and the 200 here, it's going to come reclaim this vector. But it hasn't lost the 50 or the 200 yet. Right? And support is support until it's not. Excuse me. Bitcoin's close enough to that 100K now where I don't think it has to really smack down. What's important is that this dominance comes down. Right? Bitcoin goes down to 100K and dominance is going down. We don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I had double-digit drop today on guns. Excited. Well, it does still have this wick, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, price discovery. Market makers leaving longs on the way down now. I'm gonna need to buy some of that. That's our measured move from our flag, our bearish channel. Right? Never got invalidated. Measured move from the channel was about there, so. So let's invert the scale and look at this breakout. Give me a second. Let me go grab my food from outside. Yeah, I'll look at Casper real quick. So broke its 50. The vector to the left that's unrecovered is here. And what we'll be looking for is this old SR to hold, just like on the last asset we were watching. Right. You got your SR flip running right through the middle of it. All right, bonk, H bar, and then I need food. H bar broke its 50 and reclaimed its vector. It's fallen into a bit of a volume gap here. Could look at 153. After that, there's not a whole hell of a lot left. You have some unrecovered vector here. What makes me think that dominance is gonna gap down here soon though. Because some of these alts are getting the prices that are way too tasty. And as soon as people start getting into these alts at those retracement levels, then dominance is gonna take a hit. What was the other one? Bonk. I don't think I've charted bonk on this. Same deal though. Daily daily 50. Broke its daily. Look to the left. That's your unrecovered vector there. Then look for confluence. That's your SR flip. So in this case, logic would tell you if that SR flip holds, you have the possibility for a wick underneath. Right? You could body to the SR flip, wick underneath, clear this vector, and wick back above. But again, if you lose that, not a lot of support underneath. So what a lot of these alts have in common is they're getting to the last vector recovery that they can take without it starting to look sketchy. All right, let me leave it on Bitcoin. Go get my food, and then we'll come back and we'll see where we're at the end of this. How was my Bitcoin chart, first of all? All right, we're back. All right, bulls. Don't want to leave you out. If you're rooting Team Bull, you got to get above this 50 on the 15. More importantly, you've got to get above this SR flip. Right, basically double topped off of that. Took out the lows. So we can't really feel any sort of bullishness at all until we get above that, which is basically CME close, right? So at least you know that the algos are pushing in that direction. Bears, one more rejection off this 50, and that's all she wrote. I do expect some vector recovery up to the 50 just for the mean reversion, which would be these vectors right here. Price come up, clear that. That test of the 50 is going to be crucial. And keep an eye on dominance. Going up, we're going up, no problem. If we reject off that 50 and dominance is not turned around yet, then we can start looking at those retracement numbers on the alts that we were just talking about. No, there isn't, Jermaine. I guess I can move this. Bulls have to break. Bears have to break. Yeah. Bulls have to break. Bears already did their damn job. All right, I'll be back, y'all. We'll take a look at some more alts when I get back. We can smack that like button too. There's 247 people in here and only 78 likes. And it's absolutely free. All right, I'll be back.
Yo, has anyone heard anything about what's going on in China? Saw some tweet saying I just saw some tweets saying imminent threat from Hezcat. Oh, but now Trump's speaking somewhere.
Just what's that?
what I want to do.
All is good, my man, and yourself?
Oh, you stop that talk. We going up here, soldier. You sound defeated. Soldier, you sound so defeated. Take a deep breath. I'm kidding. Good, good, good. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes that's the best move. Sometimes could. I'm still in position because I'm loco. Yeah, I haven't sold anything.
Buy, don't sell, man.
Well, I'm waiting on Monday to make my next buy because I already bought too much and I don't got no more money to buy. Bitcoin's still above what 103,000. We're still chilling. I mean, the best way to do that is just go outside and go do something. I'll tell you that. You can, you can glance every now and then. Just take a little glancy dancy while you're out doing your thing. You could be on a hike, playing some ball, watching the games. Out and about, hitting the city. Well, yeah, you can't do it 24/7, man. You got to take a breather every now and then. Crypto don't breathe. What you talking about? We out here. Well, yeah, I'm in a position now. So I'm like, all right, if it hangs out here, it's fine because I was hoping to get a low buy for my next buy, but I wasn't thinking we were going to go this low. I was thinking Doge was going to hold 21 cents, but it's already at what, 19? Yeah, it's at 19 cent right now. So but right now it's like, all right, if it hangs out here, that's fine because Monday I want to make a buy, but I don't think it's going to hang out here and wait for me. But if it does, like I'm chilling because I'm still in position. Now, if it drops more, so be it. Even though my position's pretty big, I'm like, all right, I'll just get a little buy and like make my average a little bit better. But I still, I'm in a long term position. Until I see some signs of the markets like turning around fully on a macro, I'm just gonna keep feeding this and feeding it and feeding it. I mean, it doesn't even need to. It doesn't have to turn around if you think about it. Like, just zoom out on the daily. Like right now, Bitcoin on the daily is still hanging. I mean, bulls are still in control, in my opinion. Yep. I mean, let me pull it up again. So on Doge to Bitcoin chart, all it needs to do to get to double bottom is hit like, so for Bitcoin 0.000, how many zeros? That's 5 zeros, 176. Yeah. And then 176, that was on May 7th. That was on May 7th, 2025, around there. So if we get anything above there, I think will be a nice higher low bounce. But if we get a double bottom on there, but we're in the area. I mean, right now, like Doge is ready. You know what I'm saying? Like it likes to have these little bursts, and it's just the timing seems right with everything else going on with Elon right now, going back into Tesla, going back into his personal stuff. He's not in government capacity anymore. So we might see some interesting stuff happen with X, with Doge, with Tesla. We'll see. But yeah, I'm thinking that the Doge BTC chart, it's pretty much ready to go. I mean, anywhere in this range, in my opinion, if you're trying to accumulate Bitcoin, would be a good buy, in my opinion.
Hey, Drew,
Yep.
who are you talking to?
Who am I talking to?
Is it? Oh, I see. A Crazy Train was talking, but he's not coming through on YouTube for some reason.
Oh, that was Crazy Train I'm talking to, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy. He's like
All right,
banned from.
nobody can hear you, Crazy Train.
I don't think
Always
it's
mix
under
you
his
up with someone
control
else.
though.
Yeah, I think that's on Dbloc.
I Dbloc probably banned him from. No, I'm just kidding.
Damn, Crazy, they can't hear you out there. You've been gagged, yo. Yeah, they can't hear you on YouTube. You guys can't even hear him on Discord though?
I can hear him on Discord now, but I can't hear
Oh,
him on
okay.
YouTube. I didn't hear him talking, and then I realized he was flashing earlier, so I was like, that makes sense. He was talking to you.
You're good, man. No. It's probably just a Discord glitch. Discord does that.
Yeah, but one of the mods would have messaged you personally though if they would have done
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Simple.
Someone
We're
would have
not
told you. They
passive
wouldn't have just
aggressive.
done that.
Well, check your direct messages. Do you get a message from Gloomy or anything? All right, well, you're
I'll
good.
be right back.
All right, just a bug. I heard Drew said this is a good buy area and everybody should FOMO in right now is what I heard. Well, alts are 30% down on some from their local high from a week ago. So that's, man, if it goes more than that, then I don't know what to say. It's gonna, it's gonna get to a point where it's not gonna take an effect anymore. Remember when Elon could totally move Bitcoin and then it got to a point where everybody just started ignoring him? Oh yeah. He he kept pulling that like, Tesla's taking Bitcoin for payment and then not taking Bitcoin for payment and then, all these things with Doge and stuff, like it would react and then it got to a point. Well, you probably could correlate his tweets to dips. You should probably do an overlay. You just, I mean, there's other scripts that you can download where you just put in different dates and then it plots on the, it could be anything. It could be dates of anything and then plot it on a graph. Personally, I would look in the plugins, like, what are they called? Uh, like, like indicators. Yeah, maybe there's something like that. I mean, I would know how to code it up from scratch. I just don't have the time, but or you could just do a static chart and then just line the dates up and see if there's a correlation. Yeah, either do I. Well, you also a chat bot. I'm sorry, not a chat bot. A large language model might be able to do the work for you, like Chat GPT or Claude or Anthropic. But but I'm saying not even coding. Just ask it. Say, can you correlate Elon's tweets with dips in the market? And depending on what model you use, you might get something that's somewhat reasonable. Sell pressure, whatever term you want to use, sell pressure, like shorting, like whatever.
Bro, let's go. Get it. Get it. Yeah, recently for sure. Oh yeah, I shouldn't say recent. Sorry. Yeah, it was.
I mean, dude, maybe that's their version of painting and a Tesla truck with red paint or burning a Tesla truck. They're doing it financially, maybe you're saying? Are you telling me that there's no Karens in crypto? Karens in crypto.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. That would be fantastic. I'm on board for it.
Well, dominance broke structure, man. Like it's, you know, It's not doing good. $65.3 or so. Yep. That's where it hit the trend line, the resistance trend line. It's hard to it's I mean you can definitely get info from looking at dominance, but like trend lines are so they're not reliable, but I do it anyway just to give myself an idea of like relativity. Yeah, I actually pay attention to dominance more than I do retail. I was just saying I pay attention to dominance more than I do Bitcoin. Utility tokens, link, render, HBAR. Used to trade Matic, but Matic upset me, so I gave up on it. Yep, yep. But 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 dude, I've been so busy. I haven't even really been paying attention. And once I lost support on Link, I got out, and I haven't. Every time I come back to the chart, man, it's lower and lower and lower, and I'm like, yes, please, I want to do this again and write it up. Because once it broke my up, I mean, like I know a lot of people will trade horizontally and look for support, but for me, to when I know the party's over, when it breaks my upward trend line, I know it sounds really basic and kind of Neanderthal, but it works for me. And soon as it broke it, man, it's just been dumping, and it's just like it's get yeah, no, dude, I draw upper trend lines, and if it does a full break where a candle will like start below that trend line, I'm out. And dude, and it's similar to what Dbloc talks about, the 13 and the 50, right? It's kind of the same thing. It's just that I just make sure that there's a full candle that starts, for me it's on the 15-minute. If it starts below my trend line, then yes, it could reverse and I could totally get stopped out, fine, whatever. But more likely than not, in this environment and with the news and how Bitcoin's been going up for a while, I just like, nah, I'd rather sit out and lose an opportunity than to ride that thing down. No. I'm on I'm on Coinbase, so probably don't have it. I think Coinbase. I just got an email saying that 24-hour futures is available. So that's a big step. Yeah. I got an email saying that you're on something something program in advanced training. You can trade futures 24/7 now. I'm like, what? I don't know. I am not gonna do it because I don't trade futures right now. But I'm only on spot. But like, I just thought that that was a huge evolution for them. I wonder whose ass they kissed to make that happen. Well, geez, look at the chart. Look at the futures chart on Coinbase for Bitcoin, 27 June 25, and look at the, or shorting it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, yeah, but like if you look at the chart, it's all choppy because obviously you can't trade at night, so it's got all these gaps. And then look after the 28th of May. If you look at the chart, the chart is nice and full and luscious. No gaps. Well, I mean, and to be fair, banks kind of do this stuff with your money too, man. Like they do shady stuff. I tried to pull a bunch of money out the other day out of my credit union, and they were like, "Nope, you have to come back tomorrow and get the other half." I'm just like, you bastards.
Head and shoulders on dominance right there. A little mini one maybe. Drop dominance, please. Just ETH and BTC, and looking for some Solana and Sui. Oh, and guns as well. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, just scalping it until the one scalp trade just says, not a scalp, it's gonna be a swing trade. Yeah, I'm as long as once that yeah, I'm scalping it until hopefully one of the scalps turns into a swing. I mean, I'm building a position, but I'll take some profits off well, like just now when we were at the top, I took a little bit off, but I didn't fully close it. And then but I took quite a bit off. It, I didn't let it get too big of a position while it was on drawdown. Let it run. Oh, it's gonna work. To be honest, we just need QE to start. As soon as that starts, man, I have a good feeling we're gonna have a huge pump. Well, if we front run it, hopefully that's here coming up now.
Yeah, are you guys watching Crow? That Chronos coin? Oh, it just keeps pumping. It's up 12%. That's the I'm pretty sure this is the coin for what's that exchange? Crypto.com, right? Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just ripping. I don't know why.
102, here we come. There's no weekend trap today, huh?
What's going on, everyone?
What's going on? Is the bull market over now?
Looks like it's trying to sit on support, but could very well still go down. This might be the stop right here.
What happens when there's no weekend trap?
Well, it's still Friday, so I mean, it could be that the weekend trap's still being set, you know.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's something that has to happen by, early Friday or something that can. I'm pretty sure this could be set anytime between now and the weekend. So if I'm not mistaken, so I'm pretty sure market makers are still going to try to push the price back, but it's very possible we can go down to. I thought my guess was at 100K, but that was just me. I don't see why we would stop at 100 when we have more support now by what 90. We got there 96, 93. But yeah, don't listen to me. I'm the new guy. I'm still learning myself.
Yeah, me too.
Like it's so tempting to open up a long over here, but we could very well go deeper. Very well go deeper here. I'm gonna make some coffee or something. I'll be right back. I just woke up.
Sounds good. I'll take a cup too.
Moment of truth, I guess, huh? Ooh, we selling, we selling. Yeah, I moved my stop loss up, so I broke even. I guess that wasn't the candle we were looking for.
Hey, does anyone know how long a week's platform, a week's suspension is? I kind of made like pretty nice trade, and they just hit me with your account was kind of restricted, kind of thing. Does anyone know anything about it?
Nah, I don't use weeks. Did you have leverages open or?
Yeah, I was on leverage futures, and caught a nice little short. This is the second time it's happened. The last time I kind of just like leverage futures, and caught a nice little short. This is the second.
Did you talk to support? Did they send you an email on why you were suspended?
No. So this is the second time it's happened. And yeah, no, it is weird. So the first time it happened, I was like really kind of depressed and bummed out. So I just like degened the whole account, and it just like I basically got liquidated on the whole account because I was like kind of F it. But this time, I'm just gonna kind of wait, like maybe a day or two, and see if they're still letting me do future trades, but they're not letting me off ramp anything or buy spot. So it's I'm just gonna let it ride out a bit and see if I can get.
Talk to support. Talk to support. Usually, because most of the times these suspensions are not done on a private, like a person sees your account and he suspends it. It's like an auto suspension by the system itself, and sometimes mistakes like that can happen. So you could actually ask support, like, can we speed up the process, and they can do that for you.
Right, totally. Because it was a system it seemed like it was a system generated suspension. Because yeah, totally. So I'll just kind of wait it out a bit and see what's good. Appreciate everything, guys.
No. And also, there's a bunch of guys in the chat, bunch of OGs here in this community that actually use weeks. So it might be a good idea to ask them, because they can definitely help you out.
Appreciate it, man. Much love.
Yeah, I just use weeks for the first 2 weeks to get all of my beginner rewards, new account rewards. As soon as I got them and like traded a bit, I just off ramped and send it to my old exchanges.
What exchanges? I mean, what's your kind of go-to exchange right now?
Well, it depends. Problem, you're in the US, right? It's kind of hard to answer that question when you're in the US. Like for me, I'm based in Asia, so I use Binance, Bybit, KuCoin, and MEXC. But my everyday trades are MEXC because it has the lowest fees, especially now that they have the VVIP program. So with the VVIP program, like I have zero maker fees on big caps. So I don't get charged anything when I open a trade. I only get charged when I close it. So I
Right.
save a lot of money. Yeah, I save a lot of money on fees.
No, totally. I was using MEXC. That was like the first exchange I used when I got into futures.
Yeah, but
But
you can't get the rewards if you don't have KYC. I mean, like one of the great things about MEXC, you have daily futures rewards, and it really makes up for all the fees you paid the day before. Like yesterday, I got $100 worth of future bonuses because of the trades I made. So
yeah, no,
every day, 34, something like that. Yeah.
no, MEXC was one of, honestly, it was like a great platform. I did get like the most bonuses from them, and I was like, oh my god, like what is this extra? These extra funds. It just popped up in the account. I'm like, this is dope. I'm in California in the States right now, so they hit me with the KYC thing a while ago, and I was just like kind of too lazy to do the VPN thing. The whole thing. It's kind of tricky.
The U.S. really clamped down on MEXC because MEXC was the only sex that remaining that doesn't require KYC. That's why now, like, you have Hyperliquid and a few other non KYC dexes. That's why they're becoming super popular. because like they don't require
Yeah, no,
KYC
totally.
anymore.
Yeah, no, I turned to weeks because they're very accessible, and I feel like a lot of people are in the same boat where they don't want to do the KYC and they want to trade on something that's a little bit, consistent and developed. Like I was using Blowfin for a bit. Blowfin is a great, platform, but they're just not as developed as Mexi or like, say Weeks. So I
Oh
think
yeah,
everyone's yeah.
Blowfin was fun for a bit for a while also for me. I tried Blowfin around November to December when they had like these awesome rewards. That was fun.
No, totally. Blowfin's great. They're just like, you can tell that the dev team didn't put too much
Oh yeah,
funds into
the UI
developing.
it's not up to par. Yeah, it's not up to
I was
par.
I felt like I was using like the first PlayStation model or like just like a
Oh my
very
god.
primitive version. I was like, yo, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like I'm trapping out of California on Blowfin. I'm like, oh my god, no, like there's the user interface isn't there, but they are consistent, they're reliable, but it's just like very, I don't know. It's wild.
You got to try out BitUnix. Like they have probably the best user interface in terms of a futures account.
You said Bitfinex?
No, BitUnix.
Yeah, BitUnix. A lot of whales use that. Like
That's super smooth.
That's
It's like it
that's
doesn't give you as like degen leverage like Weeks and Mexi. Like they got like I think you can go 150 on Bitcoin and ETH is 100 and Solana's like and then the rest are like 75. But from a US standpoint, it's the smoothest. Like you can do it like it's very good.
Yep. Rewards are pretty good in BitUnix also. A lot of the
So,
maxis that I know trade on it.
BitUnix. If you guys have any like referral links or anything, if you guys put it in the chat, I'll definitely check it out. I'm in California, so yeah, I'm always looking for something else because I think being involved in the crypto space for so long, you kind of realize you can't put all your eggs in one basket, kind of thing. So it's always good to have like a backup exchange to
Yeah,
use
for sure.
because
For sure.
yeah, it's not really your money until it's back into your pockets, sort of to speak. I kind of learned that the hard way, and I'm like, oh gosh, it's just nice to diversify the exchanges when you can.
Yeah, that's not bad. They just opened up like a new task reward, I think this afternoon that just started, so definitely worth checking out.
Is that on? Would that happen to be on the App Store or is it just desktop? App
No,
Store,
it's
Yeah.
an App Store.
BitUnit.
Yeah.
Okay,
You can
like
do like a
BIT.
web-based or an app.
I just sent you a link.
BIT-UNIX.
Yes, boys, send him over a referral code, man, so you can get the like really good new beginner rewards.
Yeah, I think this is it, bro. Finally getting a little bit of relief. Look at the curl up. The curl up is coming. Fuck.
Yeah, I opened a long on ETH just bounced from the 786.
Dude, that was
Yeah,
draw down, bro.
Yeah, so for those in the chat, ETH touched the 786, did a retest. Now it's pushing a little up. Looks good. I mean, of course, everything still depends on Bitcoin and what it wants to do in the next few candles, but I'm liking what
Dude,
ETH is doing.
Alt's got like obliterated, man. It completely round
Yeah,
tripped.
dude. I just woke up. I'm having my coffee, and I was like, "Yep." When I saw the charts, everything's kind of.
I mean, there's no way we can have an alt season with this constant pattern of like, and it always happens at either the end of the month or like the beginning of the month. They just
If
cycle out.
if every whale rides on Bitcoin's rally upwards and they forget their alts, the alts are not going to catch up.
And this is just like, and it's not like everyone decided to sell all their alts at once.
No, no, it's just that they understood that Bitcoin was rallying harder than the alts. So if you're a smart whale, and alts need their whales, right? If you're a smart whale, you're gonna ride where the rally is, right? And I think it was a few hours back when I was still awake before I went to bed. Like, we were talking about how liquidity is so diluted because there's so many narratives, so many coins in each of the narratives. You're a fan of this, I'm a fan of that. It's become like a little saturated. So I think the black swan is just gonna be like alts doing an like mantra. Mantra just wanted to give up. And just like, all right, I had enough of this. If it was that easy to get away with what happened with mantra, it's not gonna be difficult for other alts to follow.
What do you guys use as a time frame to look for the SFP? The 5 minute?
Yeah, I just got BitUnix. Looks clean. The UX and everything. Looks very nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure how other platforms run the futures, but everything's like on the dashboard. You can like drag it up and down, take profit, selling it. It's pretty clean. They have something called copy traders. Not sure if you're familiar with that, but I would highly recommend not using that or touching that. Stay away from that shit.
I was just about to say, like, that's not what I
Yeah,
expected you to say.
yeah, nah, don't do
Yeah,
that. Yeah,
because I know the first time I saw the copy trade thing was on when I first started on Mexi, and I was like, okay, cool. Like, there's a lot of good percentages. ROI is looking nice on a lot of these accounts. But
No, that's all
yeah,
deceiving, bro. That's all deceiving. They have like 100% win rates because they cross trade, which means they use their whole margin capital to back up their
that
trades.
makes so much sense.
So when you put
Yeah,
in your
that
money
makes so
with
much
them,
sense.
they stay in trades, but you get liquidated out. Liquidation locks. Stay away from that.
Ooh, yeah, that's crazy. Crazy work, man.
Having control over your own trades is a win within itself, I think.
Yeah, are you guys jumping in here? Or
Yeah,
someone's-
I have a little long with a tight stop loss.
you got in
Yeah,
right here?
same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staying with the big caps for now because I still don't trust price action. So I got ETH sold and SWE for now.
Yeah, yo, ETH is actually held up really well, man. I don't know, like normally
Yeah,
with this
it's
type
like
of
a
price
decent
action,
chart.
it'd be knifing. But it's actually held up
Decent
really
chart.
well.
This thing could still drop though, so just stay on point.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Keep that stop loss tight.
Yo, did you guys hear
These-
anything about China and some type of like imminent attack or anything like that? Has anyone seen anything like that on Twitter?
They managed. So I did a little research. They managed to. Okay, if I'm Asian, and I was telling Dbloc, there's something that you cannot tell an Asian, which is to stop doing business, right? So they've been avoiding the tariffs by sending it through other channels. Like they would go through Canada, they would go through Mexico, they go through other South American countries, and then have it trucked all the way to the US. They didn't respect US's tariff pause.
Why are they saying imminent attack? How does that have anything to do with imminent attack?
What's the source? I don't know what that means.
It was Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense. He tweeted it. He's the United States
What?
Secretary of Defense. Yeah, I swear. This was like 5 hours ago, and I was like, and I just been watching the charts, and I'm like, okay, this is the reason why
He tweeted himself that there's an imminent attack.
something around those lines. Yeah, I'd have to find it. I'm just see if this bounce happens, and I'm gonna. I just haven't been able to look up anything because I'm just waiting for a bounce. It just keeps price just keeps coming down. But it popped up on my Twitter feed, and I looked at it real quick, and then I was like, oh man. And I went back to the charts. Oh yeah, here it is. Secretary of Defense Hegseth. We're not here to preach. We're here to. No, this isn't it. This is him doing some speech.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, here it is. No reason to sugarcoat it. The China threat is real. There's no reason to sugarcoat it. The threat China poses is real, and it could be imminent. This is him like speaking at some type of like event.
Wow. Okay, let me do a dive into that.
It says United
From
States is committed to working with our allies and partners to deter aggression by the communist China and the Indo-Pacific. We're doing this in particular to reestablish deterrence through strength. I don't know, maybe this is just some random talk, but when he says imminent, that's crazy. It says Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth warned Indo-Pacific allies that China is actively rehearsing to take Taiwan by force, calling the threat real and potentially imminent. Pete Hegseth.
Yeah.
Defense
I can see it.
So I guess it's about Taiwan.
So experts have predicted the exact year that the Taiwan War is going to happen. Experts predict 2025 as a possible flashpoint.
Oh, what? No, but why? Yeah, that's crazy. But him saying it's imminent, maybe that's why this price action has just gotten really aggressive. The stock market bounced at the end, like towards the end of close. So it was like I thought we would get a bounce in crypto, but telling you, man, these market makers, they know some inside info. Something's probably gonna happen tomorrow.
Imagine plunging a country into war on a Sunday. That's just evil.
It's probably how it would happen too, you know. Wow.
I mean, this threat to Taiwan has been it's always been there, right? Like it's been there for like so long. It just never actually nothing ever comes of it. But
So okay, let's lay out the facts. We all know that China Russia is the current axis, right? They kind of help each other in whatever war fronts they're in, right? Do you think this Taiwan war is like the new flashpoint because the Ukraine Russia war seems to be not as lucrative anymore?
right?
So that's the Pacific front, and then you have the European front, right? Remember the thesis of war for World War II?
Yep.
You gotta have flashpoints. You gotta have flashpoints on both sides.
It's crazy is no one else is talking about it. Like I saw a couple tweets here and there, but like it seems like no one's really picking up on it. So maybe
Or the media have been told to just shut up about it. Because like I'm looking at like I did a search on YouTube. This is how I know when something's being quiet, like quieted down. I searched on YouTube the exact tweet that he's talking about and the thing that's gonna happen. Most of the videos are from like 7 months to a year back. Let's go ETH. Yeah, baby. Look at that push. Woo.
gotta get a relief bounce.
Yeah, ETH wants to go. Wants to go. How's dominance looking? We dropping?
Uh, that's still at like 64.
Yeah, that makes me nervous. I don't like it when ETH starts to rally and dominance starts to wane. Starts to go sideways.
You know, ETH has been getting like a lot of ETF inflows, like a lot of inflows.
I bet. Some of the boys here are doing the 2-3x ETFs, right?
Yeah, I should have done the ETH one. I did the BTC one before market close because I figured
Nice.
we'd drop and then maybe by market open on Monday we get a pop. But I don't know now.
Hope so. I mean, a 2-3x, it's fine, unless you have $100,000 position.
No, it's just a small position.
Let's go.
Five minutes looking good. I got my stop loss at break even again.
Same.
We're getting some buys. Getting some buys here.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Bookmap. We have a lot more liquidations below us at 103 and down. There's really not much above us in this range, like local range.
That would make sense too.
So if they
Just
want to
kind of
continue
bear
to hunt,
flagging out.
yeah, if they want to hunt, it would make more sense to still go down up to 100K. There's
Yeah,
118
100%.
Bitcoin sitting there.
It makes more sense for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of money under us. So I guess like one of the reason why I hopped on the chat real quick is obviously like the weeks thing. Maybe like a question that I really wanted to ask was like, um, like when you get to a certain point where like there's a lot of money at play, like how many exchanges do you guys feel comfort in using to kind of like split up all the funds to where you're like, okay, like if X exchange goes under, I'm still good regardless.
I doubt these top picks will go under. I mean, they're used by like a lot of traders. I mean, anything's possible, obviously. But what do you mean by go under exactly? Like just what, bankruptcy or something?
No, I'm just saying like how many like if anything, like how many exchanges do you guys use? Like so say if like there's a basket of funds, like I wouldn't expect any of you guys to like put all your funds into one exchange and trade on that only. Like how many different exchanges do you guys actually feel comfortable using to like diversify that nest where it's like
It
okay, maybe
depends on
weeks
the
goes
kind
down
of
or
trade. Yeah, it depends on the kind of trades you're in. Like for example, my Binance, that's where my heavy like big volume margin longs are in. So I have most of the funds there. My Bitcoin stays in my cold wallet. That doesn't go in any of the exchanges. So I accumulate Bitcoin on the side with the profits I make. And then because like each exchange has its purpose. Like Mexi is great for my day-to-day trades, right? For my scalps because the fees are low and I don't use that much margin. Binance has most of the basket because I know there's a lot of liquidity and volume in Binance. And then I use KuCoin because their bots are nice, so I use that. Yeah,
so
that's basically how you would weigh it. But at the end of the day, like most of my spots, like 90% of my spot is in my cold wallet. I want to own my
sweet.
coins.
So yeah, so it
Dry
sounds like
powder wise, if I do longs and shorts and all my future trades like that, that's the dry powder in the exchanges.
so it sounds like to answer my question, it's usually between 2 to 3, maybe even 4 different
Yeah, but at the
exchanges
end of the
just to
day,
make sure everything's good.
the most important ratio is that you have to have a cold wallet. You have to have your either
Absolutely.
your treasury. Yeah, you have to have a cold wallet. You have to really be clear in your head what's your purpose being in this game. Is it just a video game where you want to see gains happen on the exchange, or do you want to accumulate certain coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and you want to hold it long term?
No, that's the truth right there. And then
You
at that
really have
point,
to be honest. Yeah. So it doesn't matter how much money you put in the exchanges. It's more of what's the goal. The goal has to be in your cold wallet. You know what I mean? The goal has to be stay in
no,
the cold wallet.
100% no. Yeah. I'm 100% with that because I've I haven't had I haven't gotten to that point to where I'm like, okay, I'm starting to actually build out the cold wallet. Much I've just been using like the hot stuff, whatever exchange
Oh
is
yeah,
accessible
you're
and
building the bag,
works.
right? You're building the bag.
Yeah, I'm building the bags. I'm building the bags right now, and when I get to the point where I'm like, okay, the cold wallet is like, you know, the safety net. I don't have too much experience with that either. I heard of Ledger being
Yeah,
a good
Ledger.
one, but like there's so many options.
So
But no,
many.
that
There's
everything
a
you
lot of
said
options.
is 100% like valid.
Yeah, so each exchange just serves a purpose, and you just have to be clear with it. If BitUnix provides you with enough rewards to cover your fees, then you do your futures there, right? Like stuff like that. You just gotta weigh it. And it's all I think the most important part about choosing the exchanges is choose the exchange with a lot of liquidity. Yeah,
Right.
because at the end
When
of
I
the day,
first,
go ahead, go ahead.
I guess when I first got into futures and first got into, you know, the exchanges, um, I was totally unaware of just like the idea that there's all these elements that could kind of get in the way of off ramping into a cold wallet. So I didn't, I like, you know, everyone says like, you know, diversify your basket, you know, never invest all your money into one thing. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but I never really truly felt or like, you know, experienced a time where I was like, okay, you know, these exchanges can be kind of inconsistent, or maybe like a system error, like a system could flag you.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it. Kind of happened to me recently, and I know there's probably a lot of traders out there who are putting all of their funds into one exchange, and they maybe haven't had that, you know, revelation where it's like, oh, maybe I should have one or two different exchanges, and then when I make these profits, I go into the cold wallet and start stacking and start to build.
Nice. Yeah, because it's also
Yeah,
psychological. When you put something in the cold wallet, it's like you get kind of lazy to bring the cold wallet out and take stuff out. So your mind kind of tells you, okay, the coins in that cold wallet are I'm gonna be looking at the weekly chart for that. You know?
yeah, yeah. Long
Yeah.
term, you know,
'Cause
a lot of
when you
people.
see your coins in your exchange, trust me, your ego is gonna tell you you're smart enough to trade that right now. And you don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that voice telling you you're smarter than the exchange.
Yeah, those demons coming real quick.
Oh yeah, they come in. They come in. Like, Dbloc
Yeah,
said it perfectly, man. It's like before you become a day trader, you gotta know, accept, and actually stop the denial of you're gonna have your first battle with your real demons, and you gotta know it. You gotta like really tell yourself that I do have these tendencies, and then therefore I gotta fix my habits and discipline towards this skill, because this is a skill. Because a
100%.
lot of yeah, because a lot of traders they come in to this space. I was telling chat yesterday. I was like, you come into this space and it's more of an opportunity than a skill, and that's how you get wrecked. It's a skill you develop over time. No one can perfect it, and then you have to create discipline. Look at Dbloc. He does the same thing every day. He wakes up. He goes to the gym before he goes online. He has to be in the right state of mind to proceed on with what has to happen for the day. And whatever his targets are, that's his targets. If the trade don't work, don't go back in. Don't go revenge trading. You know, it's really something that you gotta fix. It's a me versus me situation a lot of times.
I 100% agree with that. I want to say, like, since I got into trading, probably like last year, on futures and things, I've learned so much about myself, personally, and like my habits and just how I function. And it's been such a revelation. Um, you'll get beat up so fast in this space. You'll get beat up so bad, like you'll get jumped, like in the corner all
Oh
alone,
my god. Yes,
and
sir.
like yeah, you're crying. Nah, like the market
Oh,
makers, the whales, they're gonna jump you. They're gonna beat you
oh
down. They're
yeah,
gonna
dude. When they
take your
feel you put
Jordans
in
off you.
100x, Oh, they feel it. Like when you put that 100x trade, you just go like, why is it reversing as soon as I get in?
Literally, I like had one of those moments the other day, and I'm like, "Yup, like they fucking hate me." But no, like for real, like in this space, you learn a lot about yourself and how you think very quickly. You kind of
Yeah.
it's either you learn from it and you grow from it, or you just got flushed out and it's like kind of hate
Go in that
crypto at that
cycle.
point.
You go into
Yeah,
that cycle, man, and you're just repeating the same mistakes over and over, thinking like, oh my god, this is it. This trade, it's gonna be like this. And
totally.
you just didn't feel like you've been doing trades all day and the fees have taken, like for example in Binance, when you put 1,500 even on 20x, on for example you put it on Sui, you put $1,500 on Sui and 20x, look at your fees. It's going to be like $20 coming in and about $25 coming out. So you do that 5 times, that's $200. You lost like $200 just doing that. Coming in.
Yeah,
Just watch the language a little bit. We're live on YouTube right now.
I got you. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, yeah, you're good. Also another thing. So I started off with Coinbase, and I had something similar happen with the where they froze my account. I couldn't sell or buy for about a week. That was because the way I was depositing was using ACH through my bank. And the first couple weeks there was no issues, but then all of a sudden they had an issue where they wanted to, have that waiting period for like 5 days. Probably because they had that scam happen recently where they got hacked. But it could be the way you're depositing your money too in weeks, which is causing your account to be put on hold or whatever.
Yeah, that could be true.
So I'm actually I'm going through Robinhood and sending Doge from Robinhood straight to Weeks. So it's not ACH, but I think no, it's 100% because this happened literally like maybe 2-3 weeks ago. It is I think a system. It's totally a system generated error or like a flag basically. There was a huge trade made, and then it's suspicious.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you close it. So
They did that on Mexi. They did that with my credit card because they had this promo on Mexi for VIPs. Like if you use your credit card to deposit crypto into your account, they'll give you like 30 or 40%. So if you buy like $100, like $500 of USDT, they give you like 350 to 400 back, 400 extra. And I kept on swiping just like small amounts just to like not get noticed, and they flagged the card right away. They knew I was abusing the promo.
it's domestic abuse right there.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good promo though. I remember a couple other non KYC exchanges. That was always their promo for beginners. Like your first deposit, you get 100%. Sorry, you get 40% of what you get 40% extra of what you deposit first.
Also, just a heads up, if you plan on doing future trading, and you get one of those bonuses where they give you like 100 or 200 or 1,000, um, don't put your whole capital into the future spot. Like leave it split up because once you withdraw your money, and if you still have that bonus sitting in there, it dissipates, like it expires. That's how they got me
Yep, yep,
trapped.
yep,
I prefer spot trading overall. I made some good
yep,
money
yep.
spot trading and decided to try leverage. And I got the code and the coupon and it looked all fun and games, but I can't move my money out until I use up this coupon. So just careful with that.
No, what you do is you don't have to use it up. What you do is like, for example, if you know that the trend is good, like for example on Mexi, when they slapped me with a extra $600 the other day with future bonuses, right? Because they have multiple like games and stuff, and I know for a fact if I move my money from futures to spot, I'm gonna lose that $600, right? So all you have to do is just trade it. If you find a way to double up to 600 or even get half of it, right? Then it's worth letting go. It's like that few free coupon when you go to the casino. They give you this little gift coupon where all you have to do is add another $100 to the coupon, win or lose, and then you can have the amount of the coupon as long as you make it back.
Yeah, I mean they gave me 1,000, and I've been trading heavy, even with the losses and the fees. I still have I
Trying
have
to
like
get
three.
rid
I
of
have
the
three.
1,000.
Yeah, I got 3/4 of it still. So I'm like,
Oh, then fine, dude. Dude, just
Yeah.
do this. Do a computation in your head. If you make like $500 or maybe $700 profit, get rid of the bonus. Just like let it go. Because
Let it
uh,
the
go.
700 extra, the
I mean,
700 extra.
my goal is to just convert it, right? So I'm just doing little trades here and there. I'll use like 20
Yeah.
bucks from the coupon, and I'll make back
Yeah,
like 35. So that's adding
Yeah,
up.
and probably considering the fees, you'll probably eat up that $1,000 in a week or two. So you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yep. Boys and girls, this is why we keep our SLs tight. Because you never know when these whales start looking for like your stop losses.
Yeah, we got a lot more under us than above us for them to eat up. So I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Refresh this. Like, how much liquidity we got underneath? There's not much. Is Dbloc's liquidity markers turned off?
I'm not sure. I don't have it open right now.
Yeah, I just opened it. I was like, I'm looking for those markers. I don't see them. Wait, let me turn it on in my chart.
I mean, I have Bookmap open, but that just shows me orders. I could share that if you guys want to look at it.
How's it looking for ETH?
Let's see.
Yeah, there's more liquidations underneath than above right now. I'm looking at it.
Alexa, turn off the bedroom light.
Yeah, most of them are rare. Yeah, right where Dbloc said it would be. It's like at 100 to 50 all the way to 100, 2,000.
I'm looking at the orders, and oh wow.
Where are we looking at for buys?
We have a lot of orders sitting up above, but like way up, like 2,800, 3,000 range. There's oh my god, there's like 10K Bitcoin, 12K Bitcoin sitting between 2,800 and 3,000. Down
Oh, wow.
below, like on this, it is not as much under us, but not Bitcoin. Sorry, I meant ETH.
ETH, yeah.
Here, I'll share it real quick.
Yeah, I'll check your chart. What's your name on the
Punisher.
chat? Punisher. Watch stream. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
look,
Can you stretch
scale
that out
this
a
up
bit?
here.
Yeah. There you go. Yep. That's really tight.
Yeah. But now the question is, are these longs or shorts?
Nah,
I'm
those
gonna
are shorts.
assume.
I think someone's trying to stop the price from going up yet.
Maybe.
Because like on the 15, I just had a painful candle. It licked my SL when I raised it up to 2.5. Yeah, Swee's weak. Soul doesn't look too strong. ETH is trying to keep its support here at 2,500. Ugh.
I switched it back to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking
Volume's
at
low. We got low volume, and again, a lot of orders down below.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the 101. 101 to 102. That's where it's at. Then we got strong buys at 100. Big.
Usually, from what I've experienced, between now and like 4 in the morning, that's a lot of whales like to jump in.
Wait, 4 in the morning. What part
That's
of the
East
US
Coast.
are you in?
New York, New York.
East Coast. Okay. All right. Yeah, because they kind of like to front run the Asian markets. The Asian markets start around 8 p.m. your time. 8 p.m. your time, yeah. 8 a.m. my time. But yeah, I don't see any strength, man. I don't see any rise in volume. Uh,
I think everyone's just waiting it
tricky.
out.
Yeah, I agree. This is not the price to get super bullish in. We need to hit those markers below.
I don't see a weekend trap set in place yet either, so keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, dude. Brr.
Yep, not strong enough. I think it's a good time. I'm adding to my shorts now. Mm, Make the most out of this last leg down before we see some real support.
Ah,
We got a lot of shorts opening up above.
Yeah, I didn't know I was unmuted. Yeah, man. What? So I'm not looking at liquidity, but you're saying, does it look like we have a lot of shorts above or more longs below?
It's kind of both right now. They're just jumping back and forth between 103,800 down to like 103,600. And when I say a lot, it's really just more than what's above that or below that. Nothing like absurd. Damn, watching these charts is making me hungry. What are you guys doing for breakfast or lunch, dinner, whatever it is?
What's going on, everybody?
I just had some takeout. What's up, Dbloc?
Chilling. Somebody's Friday night climb.
It's going good. Just trying to decide.
Why
if
y'all
I
not
wanna hold
out
off a little
making
longer.
irresponsible decisions?
Trying.
Gloomy. What's going on, bro?
Damn, it's Friday night. Jeez.
I'm chilling. Hanging out. Just got back to the house. Had to go pick up this piece from one of my friends.
What caliber?
No, it was an art piece.
Yeah, you threw me off with that too.
Wouldn't be a chance in hell I would take a gun from any one of my friends. No, I'm good. We go somewhere else with that bullshit. Ah, well, our CME close was at 105.05. If we go a little macro, let's go to yeah. So, all right, we already know the bulls got to get over this line, right? I can move this, or at least I can move it. No, let's just move it. My OCD is screwing with me. So our CME right there. We're still trying to see if we're actually going to put in trap shorts and come back into the range, or if we're just going to bleed out and leave this for a false move or a 3-day. This is close enough, in my opinion, If we let's run it forward. All right, let's magic wand it. This is our weekend trap. And I'm serving my own bias here, but I'm aware of that, so it's okay. If I want to see that 100K range taken, we have them trap the shorts. It's one of two things. Either we're going to trap the shorts or we're not going to have, or we're not even going to come back into the weekend trap. I would assume we get this measured move, maybe one more sweep down, get these 100Xs, and then end up coming back into the trap. Right? Which means our trap shorts would be here. That means on Monday, whether it's the false move, whether it's a false move down that frees the trap shorts, that'll be close enough to hit. Or it's a false move up and a 3-day down, then it'll still sort of get taken. But that's a lot of future tripping right there. But that's where my head's at.
Yo, Dbloc, I remember earlier you were mentioning you were looking at Link. Did it get to a price point you were interested in yet?
It took the biggest hit while we were looking at it earlier. Don't get down.
I had 1336 as
Wait, you said Link or Litecoin?
Link. I thought you said you were going to pick up some Link.
This is no, I was just trying to figure out why this chart looks so crazy. So the reason I haven't gone in yet is because look at what Link BTC is doing. Right, Link BTC is putting in new lows against the pair. Not all-time lows, but local lows. So if that's still getting cheaper than BTC for me, meaning if I go 1/1 divided by Link BTC, and then let's put Link USD on the chart. So if I would have bought Link at its bottoms, right, when it bottomed out on USD, I would have sold my Bitcoin for Link at that point. I would have picked up 6,500 Link for one Bitcoin. If I do it right now, I'm picking up 7,600 Link for one Bitcoin. Even though I missed the bottom on the USD pair. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this doesn't look like it's done. So that's why I'm kind of holding off a little bit. But let's look at the USD pair. I know most of you are trading with stables, so doesn't look great, right? It broke the 50, it came back, it did clear that vector. This candle has a day to close. You want this to be stopping volume candle. If you can get it to where it's just a wick underneath that close, be perfect. wicks back above that line, then that looks like a pretty good opportunity on USD. It's already given some back, right? You don't want to see is those things hit bottom and like have no wick at all. But it's trying. On the 5 minute, it's trying to reclaim bullish momentum here. 13 crosses the 50, you know.
I feel a lot of alts are doing that same thing though.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, I love Link, but it's not, you know, it's not, what would you say, guarded against altcoin droppage. I wanted to get back in, but I'm just like you showed the technicals of what I was feeling. It just doesn't feel right, man. It feels like it went down to 10 earlier in that big drop, you know, what is it, a couple months ago? Like I don't know if it's going there, but it just everything just seems weak.
Yeah. It doesn't make a lot of sense when I say that I'm not getting into alts when all the alts are flying just because BTC, just because Dom isn't at a certain point. Like I know that that's like hard for new people specifically, but days like this are why, right? Because I know that if it happens to go in the wrong direction, chances are it will when it's up that high. All BTC has to do is sneeze in the opposite direction, and alts are gonna take a bath.
Yeah. Well, I had the 1350 marked and it crossed on Link, and it hasn't even attempted to go back. So that was my move to get out.
Yeah.
Like it was bouncing around doing 13. It was crossing to the top side, and then it would cross to the bottom side, and
Yeah, it's
it
ranging at
was
the
doing
top.
that back and forth for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was like, man, every time it does this, it makes a decision, and sure enough. But I will say, man, there were a lot of dips in between there that could have scared me out, and I almost pulled the trigger like last week. I don't know what it is about that magic number of like it's not always 3 tries, but the fourth try I always feel like I'm pushing my luck.
Yeah, ETH-BTC. I mean, Dom is at least going in the right direction for right now. Start off. Right, we're hoping that this tops out and that whatever move Bitcoin has left in it to the downside happens with Dom dropping, not this bullshit that it pulled earlier. Sucks because we had a really nice rounded top going on, and I'm pretty sure that this kind of screwed that all up. Yeah, see? Just curling over nicely. And then we broke those local highs. Still a lower high, right? On the macro, but it would have been nice if that just rolled over.
People want that Bitcoin at lower prices, I guess. It's so funny how like 102 sounds like a deal.
A lot of
Stupid.
a lot of it had to do with the uncertainty with the tariffs getting blocked and then unblocked and blocked, and people were like, you know what, screw that, Bitcoin. And then Will said, oh, they're buying Bitcoin. Perfect opportunity to sell into it.
I mean, I was talking this. I think I was talking. Man, I don't remember who I was talking to earlier. That when do people stop traders or whomever, market makers, whales, stop listening to Trump's indecision about tariffs, kind of like we kind of stopped listening to Elon. Like Elon doesn't really affect the markets like he did last cycle. Like when does that happen?
I think it's just that they get out of the way, right? Like traders really, the market really hates indecision. So there's any sort of uncertainty at all, it's just like hands off or into defensive plays. Bitcoin, gold, bonds, meant to defend yourself against that uncertainty. That's why I hate that negotiation style, because that's all it does is create massive uncertainty and big swings from the overreaction to the stick, and then the euphoria that comes with the carrot.
Yeah, and it's quick, man. Do you remember when we were trading and it was, I don't know if it was October 7th, but it was like after, so Hamas did whatever they did to Israel, and then Israel retaliated, and we're like, oh, we're going into World War III. And it's like you've had a few hours to get out of a position, like before it it spreads around the world of what's going on. Like with the Trump tweets or the Trump conferences or news conference, it's like almost instantaneous, man. It's like, did you hear what Trump said? And within like 50 reacting to it. It's
I think
just, it's different
markets
than
have
like
gotten like
war.
smart to it. They know that like a reaction is happening with it. They're just like reacting quick.
Yeah.
It's really quick. Did you Dblocker? Did you guys see there's some news floating around about imminent threat from China in like Taiwan, that Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, he gave a speech today.
Man, I've been telling you that China's on war footing for almost 3 years now. Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
I wish they would accelerate moving everyone in all businesses out of Taiwan in the United States.
When Putin
Just
went
not
into
looking.
Ukraine, I said that's when it started for me. That's when I was like, yep, Taiwan is next. Just a proxy.
Doesn't
No,
matter what they
No.
do.
I would assume they wait for a different president. I'm just gonna.
But if you
100.
listen to his speech, he's
I
saying they're
would.
making moves. They're like satellite imagery is showing that they're changing position.
Yeah, they might. I
did
mean,
you
they're
actually?
gonna do some. They're gonna try to inflame the situation, right? So they might do some sort of training exercise closer to borders than they usually are, or new presidents always get tested, but I just don't think they go all in. Trump's too much of a wild card.
They're gonna go all in, bro.
Wait, did you you listen to the Hegseth speech
Nah,
from
I'm
today?
gonna listen to it now that you said it. I didn't even know. First I hear of it is when you said it. We looked at Soul earlier. This is how I'm playing it. My first buy order already went in. Ignore the choppiness. I was hungry and I did that shit really quick. But we were talking about if it broke the 500, the 50 EMA on the daily, that it would come after these vectors. Right? And there's vector here, and there's also vector gap underneath. And so my play was to set a grid from that resistance as it broke dynamically down to the measured move of that M pattern.
103,600.
Hey, Dbloc, is it bad we're not getting red vectors over here on the way down on Sol?
On the daily, you're not, but you'll see them on other time frames. But yeah, it leads you to think that market makers okay with this plan. The difference is, so remember here we had the same thing. This is why I have a grid and why I'm not setting a static order. We had our M pattern here that was supposed to drop us into this vector. The same way that we have this M pattern here that's supposed to drop us into this vector, right? Look at the drop down on the right side of that M pattern. No vectors, right? Market maker wasn't leaving any long orders, meaning that he was on board with that measured move, but whales front ran it. So if that happens again now, I'm not going to be caught on the sideline waiting for 135. You know, I had to move quick here because we were waiting for those numbers. So I had to move quick and jump in on the break. So I'm just setting a net basically.
Are you setting a net for Bitcoin as well, or just on Sol?
Nah, just on Soul. I don't like to watch Soul. Soul's like no fun to watch. So to save myself some aggravation, I just set a range and I'll set a grid and let her fill. Either it does the thing or it doesn't do the thing, you know? If it takes off without filling my entire grid, I'll find somewhere else to put the money.
Yeah, that makes sense. Bitcoin's getting aggravating as is.
Longer from here.
I'm gonna make my coffee. I'll be right back.
Well, we've already shrunk that vector gap way down. Like 3 to 4 months, I see a parabolic movements. You take your profits 45 days into a alt season, you're gonna regret it. Depends on what Dom is doing, Hoover. For this to be anywhere near good for alts, we need Dom coming down. Then if we can get Dom coming down with Bitcoin going sideways, then yeah, we'll start to recover on some of these alt dips. That's a good question. Guns is basically like an inverse price discovery now. Do have vectors on the way up though. I bought some guns. I was happy to buy guns at demand. There's no reason why I wasn't gonna buy it with that break.
Yeah, Dbloc, what's like the worst case scenario with gun? Well, not worst case scenario, but what do you think is the lowest it'll go?
Oh, well, like I said, there's nothing underneath us but wick, or but the original candle. So that's why I said it's basically like price discovery. There's no support down here. We could pull a we could pull a fib extension. Like that 1618 would be at 31 cents. But hold on, let me fix this. Yeah. You could also do the number of people doing this would be so small that in my opinion it wouldn't be reliable. But you could also pull spider lines. These lines would obviously be for later. They're not important. These are the ones that would be important right now. Then let's reinvert the chart before we start getting confused here. Now we look for confluence with the fib extension. And that's basically what I'd be looking for. One 618, maybe a wick down to that spider line at 3333. But we are in the process of trying to reclaim that lost spider line here. Remember how I told you that when you have two really close together, it's extra resistance? So I think this will still roll over.
That's an interesting move. Spider lines to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, when you're inverse price discovery, it's really all you have. And like I said, it's not actionable because the number of people doing it are going to be so small that you can't really expect there to be tons of orders stacked up on those spider lines. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just meant to give us sort of playbook to react off of. Typically not a good idea if you catch yourself drawing spider lines to the downside on an asset. But unless it's brand new, right, where it hasn't really established itself yet, which is what we're looking at with the one thing that can screw that chart up isn't even on the chart. The one thing that could screw that chart up is the dev team. Like the studio makes a change, a sudden change in the game, a sudden change to the tokenomics. The one good thing I like is that all the gun that's been collected till now is disappearing when it goes to mainnet. Right, like you have to spend it or it's gone, which means that there's no huge sell-off from the only sell-off would be people who bought guns, buy the rumor, sell the mainnet, but we're down from there, so it wouldn't, that doesn't make any sense. And then the players that have been playing since the beta, that have tons and tons of guns, all they can do is buy their NFTs with that. Now, after mainnet comes out and they sell their NFTs, and then we'll start worrying about that. But they've had to buy their guns from the game, right? And all the money that the game gets, 30% of it is used to buy guns, tokens, and burn on market. So when that switches to mainnet, players are going to have the option to buy their guns on market now instead of buying them through the portal on game. Most are still going to buy it through the portal on game just because of convenience, right? The people that don't even understand that it's crypto and all that, they're just going to press the, give me the 200 guns bundle so I can buy this outfit that I need. But 30% of that will go into the buy and burn. So that's cool. What I expect is, if everything goes the way I'm thinking, people will learn that they can get all the shit they want in the game at a discount if they just buy the token on, in game. So there should be some buy pressure there.
I'm probably gonna have to wait until all this goes on to mainnet to really see and understand what the ecosystem's gonna look like.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see the reaction to it. In game, people are just looking at it like this is where I can actually start to accumulate guns that isn't gonna be, that isn't gonna disappear. I hope it's just they switch the button. It's because it's gonna happen with the update. The new season pass just came out, and I would assume that when they move to the update, they're gonna open up the entire map, and they're gonna have the battle royale and all that. It'll be, they'll have the full launch. At that point, I'm not sure how many people aside from us and maybe some of the influencers that understand that part of it, right, are even going to be worried about it. So they find out they can get their shit cheaper. That premium is crazy right now. To buy the guns on game is nuts. You get it way cheaper.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Dbloc, and am I right in saying that I think we're gonna have a bit more dip till Sunday? Then we'll see in the new week.
Only question for me is, do we come back into this weekend trap, and then we have to wait for Sunday to either get the false move or whatever to see if we hit it, or if we're just gonna send it now?
We're just gonna hang around.
I would love to get 100K hit with the CME above coming into Sunday as Asia comes back into the session.
Yeah.
But it's not looking like such a crazy call now, is it?
Not at all.
100K was looking crazy when we were at 112.
Yeah, exactly.
This sentiment shift that we're feeling is what I wanted to avoid. It's like I wasn't trying to rain on the party when we were at 104 and I was like, we got to retrace to 100. It's not like I didn't want it to pump to 112. I just know what's going to happen if you pump to 112 and then come back to 100. Right? All of that sort of goodwill that we put in killing all of that, you know, all of the bearishness that we had, we're going to have to work on getting that back now. Green candles fix that though.
Yeah, so we're either gonna hang here a bit, or we might have a little bit more lower.
Yeah, if you want to oversimplify it, this 50 EMA, bulls can't get over that. We're going on 100K.
Mm. It's just amazing after the whole Bitcoin thing we had in Vegas. I actually thought there would be a little bit more pump and working people up, but it just goes to show it doesn't work like that.
Bitcoin conferences always have dumps, bro. We were saying beforehand. It's almost
why.
like, I mean, think about it. All the all the big whale Bitcoin maxis are about to go on vacation to Vegas for a couple days, right? It takes some profit.
Yeah.
They know. I mean, by now, if I know that it goes down during the convention, they know it goes down during the convention. Been doing this shit for a long time, so it's just one of those a good take profit time. Take profit, go party, come back in, and then buy the dip.
There was a guy going on stage, I think it was Wednesday, because we finished on Thursday, and he had a iPad there, and the guy ran on with the iPad, and he said, "I'm going to buy Bitcoin now, and I want all of you to buy now at the same time." And I thought, well, if that works, it can go up, but no, it didn't work at all. Didn't
That's
move.
a coordinated buy. Pretty sure that's illegal
Yeah.
in most states. Maybe not Vegas.
Not in Vegas.
Probably not Vegas.
Maybe not Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, if the market makers struggle to get Mr. Win, you know,
Market makers and
50,000.
whales, man. We saw the market maker for the past. If you go back on the live streams, you can go back like a week and a half, and it's been titled "Market Maker versus Whales." When we were here, market makers were pushing up, and whales were trying to get that mean reversion. Right, that was the fight. As soon as whales got to their all-time high, got to where they wanted to sell off from, this was their distribution zone. Right, so the ones that didn't get to sell here pumped price here to make sure price would get back up, then sold here, and then let it roll over. But it wasn't until this drop where market makers and whales got on the same page. And then Mr. Win came out of nowhere like, hey, guys.
I can tell you we're not really that far from your call on 100. That's actually
We're super close.
That's actually so reachable now.
Super close. But you see what I was saying? If we would have got that here, like we were supposed to, I mean, we would have had a real chance to maybe just come down to 107 or something and then bounce out again.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But we didn't, right? We left all of that behind. Not only left all that behind, but then we created tons of liquidations on the top side, right? Everybody longed this thing up. We have this big imbalance of liquidations that had to be cleared, which is what we swept.
Don't you think it's going to be hard to reach those heights again if you go down to 1?
No. Because the amount of stables on the sidelines waiting for this is the reason that we need to come back down. Like,
gotcha.
we didn't have what it takes. First of all, RSIs are completely blown out at this point. We had exhausted so much of that move just getting up there. And then we left so much big money behind. So, okay, so now we all have our Bitcoin. We're all sitting here and everybody's waiting for somebody else to buy it. And the only guys that have money to buy it are sitting down here like, I'm not buying that shit at 112. No way in hell I'm buying that shit at 112.
Yeah.
But now we come back, we get him, pick him up, put our tail between our legs. My bad, guys. We didn't see you. You know? We forgot to take you with us.
So why do you distinguish between 1 and 2 there on your 101 and your 100?
This is just where my first target would go. If there's gonna be a front run, in my opinion, it would be here. But
Close.
2 has always been like my real target.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem like a big deal here, right? But when we were at 104, right, the chance of coming down to 101 and holding this support and then pushing from there and that being the front run was a lot more significant here. I mean, it's like we're already here. It doesn't matter. Really not a big difference between 1 and 2.
Yeah. Wow. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
That would actually set up for a massive pump then, I guess, like you say.
The amount of patience that I've shown.
I must be honest, I never saw this coming. I thought we are going to simmer. I didn't think we'll just on Friday go down this far.
The structure thing.
Yeah.
Like we really got to start just looking at, you know, triple. Whoa, not what I wanted to do. 15-minute triple top. Other time frames, you know, you had your double top. Right, that was your high. And you put in lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and then you broke the range. That's yeah.
Oh.
Can't see it as anything but bearish.
And here we are. Not far away now. Looks like it might actually reach that by even tomorrow, I guess, on Sunday.
The question up here,
Monday.
yeah, the question up here was always, how bad could the FOMO get before the retracement? You know, would we hit the target 2 from that bull flag? Would we hit the target 3 for the fib extension? But no, we got that target 1 popped out.
Once it starts climbing, I think the FOMO is going to be bigger this time. Everybody's going to think this is the one.
There's so many liquidations up here that we can't even see on this. Just because of the restriction of how many lines it'll show you. The short squeeze is going to be epic when we dig into it.
Why don't they go for it now?
They could, but will it be sustainable? Right? Market maker understands the timing of what's going on here as well. And we don't have the time to just go up, put in another lower high, come back, build all this liquidity. You know, leave that right where it is. Let it stack up.
If you say time, what counts against them on time, Dbloc?
It's sentiment, right? Like market maker wants to trade with sentiment because it makes his job easier. So it's time to start setting up those shorts for the bear market. Are you running out of time to set those shorts, those vectors, those green vectors that don't recover until the bear market? Like right now, there's no stand-in shorts for market maker into the bear market. That's what comes next. That's when liquidity comes in, and what we like to call it market maker losing control. That's really market maker just deciding to go long, like not long, he's going short, but to go long time frame. Right? He's setting up a longer swing trade.
It's interesting. This is so fascinating.
Yeah, I love this shit.
It's like turning right to go left.
Guys, I'll speak again tomorrow.
Take it easy,
in
brother.
California, so it's now 10:24. I'm sure on your side it's even later, Dbloc.
Yeah. I need to start getting ready to go do some research, but I'm stuck to the screen right now. Be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Yo, fam. Is anybody online?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are hearing. So in my country, we just had breaking news. We're going through remember general community lockdown?
For COVID?
No, it's for what's happening there in Texas and stuff, other stuff that's happening in Australia and other Japan and other parts of the world. I don't know if you guys are getting any news. It's wild because I'm not seeing anything on YouTube, and most of the videos relating to it is it's from like 6 7 months back.
Are you talking about the new COVID or whatever that's coming
No,
out?
it's mpox and measles. But the thing is, I mean,
Oh,
like,
yeah. That's
yeah,
old
unlike
though.
it's not old when it's progressive, right? I mean, like that's the point of an outbreak. So
I'm
yeah,
here in Texas, and I mean, we had a little problem with it, but I haven't heard much in the last couple weeks.
exactly. So my girl is a doctor, and they've been asked to wear masks again back in the hospital. She's a surgeon, and we have Metro Manila placed under general community quarantine starting June. Yeah,
Starting when
Is
today?
that for all? That's for all Asia, or where
no.
is that just like?
I think it's just a city in our place. Nothing yet on. Nothing yet. Nothing yet regarding. Nothing yet regarding other places. I think it's just because our close proximity from Australia and Japan.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've heard nothing of that. So
I think it's
good to
just
know.
our place because, like, see, Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, they are considered what you call it's like Dubai. It's like you're in between points if you want to go to other countries,
Right.
because we're like the edge of that side of the Pacific. So it's more of a precaution than anything else.
Yeah, keep us posted if you hear anything else over the weekend or if other cities,
I
start to
think they were
copycat
able
that.
to. I think they were able to quarantine it properly in Texas, right? You guys got like 800 cases, and then everybody's been quarantined afterwards.
Yeah, it's been quiet. Again, I haven't seen anything in the headlines or anything.
Really? Check it out again. Texas has about 6 to 800, and I think this version of the measles or monkeypox is vaccine. What's the word for it if the vaccine doesn't work?
I'm not sure.
Resistance.
Yeah, Yeah, it's vaccine resistant because one of the kids that were infected was actually vaccinated for measles and monkeypox, but like she still had it. Chickenpox is easy. Monkeypox is a different breed, man. Because chickenpox, once you have those blisters, afterwards they kind of clear up, right? They heal, right? Have you, dude? Check it out. Check how bad it is. Monkeypox,
It's a
they
mutation.
black, bro, and it just leaves marks on your body, dude. I don't know, man. Like, I ain't no scientist, dude. I'm the type of guy. If I get sick, I just take vitamin C, get some rest, eat up, rest. Yeah, dude. Like, that's what I did when I had COVID, dude. I got so much flack for that shit. I had COVID. I started like exercising, jogging outside. Oh my god, I got so much flack from my neighbors. They were like, "Stay inside your house." Yeah, yeah.
If anything, you're
Because I
better
was
off
like,
being
it wasn't
outside.
that bad. Okay, I was positive, but it wasn't like I had to go into the hospital kind of sick, you know? I had like a 1 day feverish feeling, and I was like, why am I feverish? And then the next day, I was kind of okay, and I tested, and I was positive. I was like, ah, damn it. It was crazy though. Like after 7 days, it was gone. But yeah, I'm that kind of guy. I don't know more. I don't know. Oh, wow. You had COVID 3 times? Oh my God. Dude. Yeah, yeah, that's what a couple of friends told me also. 3 times. Ah, dude, your body must be strong as hell now. Yeah, dude, you ain't gonna get sick. Oh man.
Yeah, no, monkeypox is not linked to chickenpox at all.
So
Because
it's
chickenpox is considered a herpes virus. So monkeypox has no link to herpes virus. It says caused by
it,
pox virus related to smallpox. I'm not sure what's smallpox. That doesn't sound too familiar for me. Smallpox.
yeah, it's pretty bad too, man.
Smallpox.
And it's black. That's like scary. That's a wild part about monkeypox because like I'm like looking at the images, right? It's crazy. Yeah, and the sores they turn black, bro.
So smallpox gives you blisters filled with pus and scabs, often left survivors with deep scars, pock marks. Damn, left survivors. That's crazy. One of the deadliest diseases in human history.
Yep, that's the thing. Dude, for real, man. I haven't seen a kid with chickenpox in decade
Yeah,
in more
I remember
like
that shot.
I had it. I had it during a summer. You know, in the summer everybody gets chickenpox. That was a thing when I was a kid. That was a thing.
That was the
Right? It was
worst. That was the worst vaccination I've ever taken. Ever. I still remember as a kid, man, I was getting showered with this like special shampoo. Oh man, it was horrible. Itchy skin.
I can imagine, bro. Everything stung, bro. Everything you did like hurt.
I was really young, so it's hard to remember too much, but I just remember bits and pieces. But yeah, that was like the COVID back then, I guess you could say.
Yeah. But it was like a rites of passage. Like when you turned like a teenager, like 12, 13 years old, and you start playing outside, dude, like when you had chickenpox and you were done, you're like, I'm never gonna have it again.
Yeah, that is true.
Hmm. Bro, bro, that's the worst when you have it on your feet. I was lucky not to have it on my feet. Yeah. Mine sucked because it went near my like rib area. So like I couldn't put my arms down, bro. I just had to like walk like, like I was in a western the entire time. Just like I couldn't close my armpits, man. I was just so sore. I was like, oh my God. I had to
That's
sleep
funny.
with like small pillows in between my arms so I wouldn't close it. Mm-hmm. But mine was pretty quick though.
Yeah, I mean they're born into the vaccine. I'm pretty sure they vaccinate. I mean, I don't know what age you get that actually, 'cause that's probably deadly for a newborn, right? unless it's like super small amounts. I don't know. Like you said, I'm not a scientist.
We're not scientists, bro. We're just here on a Friday night, a little buzzed, just trying to vent a little bit.
Shit, I wish I was buzzed. I just woke up not too long ago. I usually work night shifts, so when we get canceled out because of rain, my body just crashes, man. It's like the whole week's worth of, you know, flipped sleeping schedule just kind of crashes down on me. But I was
Bro,
hoping
when
for
I
a little bit more action though. Market
yeah,
seems so
same.
dead.
Like after taking profit, after taking profit from all-time high, bro, I've been taking naps. It's just so good. Before all-time high from 74K, that was the like I was sleeping like 3-4 hours a day. I was
I
like,
keep
I gotta
reading that online.
maximize this opportunity. You know, I'm
People were
because I
leaving
told my
trades overnight, you know, and they were like
oh
losing sleep. Yeah, I keep reading that everywhere. I'm like,
oh
I would
man,
never do that.
there was a time that that the laptop will be in my chest, and as soon as I wake up, usually a normal person wakes up, goes to the bathroom, brushes his teeth, makes coffee. Dude, I wake up, my laptop's on my chest. It's like pak 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 pak, and then like, the first 2 hours, as soon as my eyes open, it's just like checking the charts and like making sure I'm in the right range and stuff like that.
That's the worst, man. The first like 20 seconds of waking up and you run to the monitor and you're trying to like, you know, you're like trying to walk and keep yourself balanced and see what the hell's going on.
Nah, you got
There was
you know
one time.
Mm,
Sorry,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, there was one time I woke up. I was spot trading because I was I was killing it with spot trading. You know, it just because I used to I trade stocks for a long time. This is my first time into crypto, so I was enjoying it. I remember I was down a little bit, like a couple thousand. I woke up the next. I accidentally fell asleep. That's what it was. I passed out. And I woke up in the morning. And I ran to the charts and I was up, like up, and that was the best feeling ever. But I can't even imagine if it was like reversed. You know, like waking up and you're down thousands. I never want to put myself in a position like that. At least try not to.
Nah, I told my girl, I was like, baby, a year and a half. You're gonna have to bear with a literal caveman for a year and a half. That's all I'm gonna ask from you. Just take this, swallow it, and I promise you.
A year and a half. I mean,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
you get
that was
breaks with the
no, that was
bear
from
market though?
that was from last year, right before the ETF came out, and I heard about the ETF, and I heard about like my bags were pumping, right? All my spot bags were looking good, my bots were looking good. I'm like, whoa, what is this? And I was like, baby, I think this is it. A year and a half. That's all I asked from you. You're just gonna live with a slob. Yeah, you're gonna live with a slob. You're gonna live with a stranger for the next year and a half. But I promise you,
And she
you're
didn't give
gonna
you shit for that.
no, no, I think her
The
being
gold
a
necklaces
surgeon.
around her neck helped out.
No, I had to buy a bag last year, one bag. All right, I had to get that Goyard, and she was like, I was like, okay, here's proof. All right, so just hold on to your horse. One more
I like
year. I
that.
was like, one more year, baby. One more year of like no attention. Like,
Damn, I don't know,
I
man.
think
Those
it
bags
wasn't.
nowadays are like 200 leverage, man. I know how it is.
Uh, but like but she understood. I think she didn't react as bad as my friend's wife did, because she's a surgeon, bro. Like when
She
you
don't have
run
time for you, bro.
no, but, you know what I mean is she knows what it's like to devote everything to something so you could reach a goal first. Now she's more of a, what do you call that, attending surgeon. That means hospitals call her up when it's her time to work.
Yep.
She's not like when she was a resident, she would spend like 72 hours in the hospital. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, you're doing your part by you know being able to take a schedule like that because you know she
Yeah.
probably gets calls at nights. Like you know, you guys are out on a
Yeah,
weekend. She's got to
for
go in
sure.
for an emergency. So it's a two-way street.
And she's an
Only,
onco surgeon, so she deals
only.
with cancer.
Oh
So
wow.
she knows what it's like. So she's a
Okay.
little more understanding. You know, but
Hey,
there
I'm
are
blessed, man.
days the month where she's like, you know, she turns into a little girl and like she just needs more from me than usual.
That's normal, bro. That's normal. How long you guys been married for? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't know, we're living in. We just got a house. So, but like, you know, one thing about living with a surgeon and she's a daddy's little princess. So like I'm the
Mm.
ultimate handyman right now. I fix everything. All she does, bro, is she just points and she gives me a grumpy face and she goes like, something wrong with that. I'm like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. She just points at it and she's just like grumpy face. I'm like, you do know that you're not living with your parents anymore and you're living with me, right? Like, and you got numbers you can call and point that to. Now you don't look at me and point at it and expect me. Yeah. No, but she still does it. She just point. She knows it when I'm really like super focused. Like she can see it in my face. That's when she loves to like ask me the questions that where you have to think, and she just does it. Sometimes she does it on purpose. Oh man,
Hey man,
but yeah,
if you think we don't got the stock market figured out, woman is the whole different category.
whole different category,
You
dude.
can't live
Like
with them, can't live
yesterday,
without them, though, right?
I had so much flack because the plate inside the microwave when she turns it on, it won't spin, and she
It
went
was
on.
off the tracks.
Yeah, dude, she just went on a rant like, look, you buy this cheap microwave because you say it's on sale because you get a free kettle, and now look, it won't spin. It's broken. What are you gonna do about it? I'm like, am I getting punished because that thing doesn't? Wild, bro, it's wild. She's I mid-30s, but she just does that just like so I could stand up from my work area, stop staring at the screens, and just like take a look, and I go and I grab her arm, right? Okay, come with me. And I bring her to the microwave and I readjust the glass plate so it's aligned with the spinner. And I turn on the microwave, it starts spinning. And she was like, you should have fixed it earlier. I'm like, oh, swear to God.
Hey, man, my word of advice to you: huddle up for 2 years, man. You make it past those 2 years, and I'm talking about living together, not knowing each other or anything.
No, she's a
Living
great
together
woman.
for 2 years, you make it through that, you'll make it through anything.
Yeah. We're way past that. We've what do you call this? We've kind of had a thing for a good 15 years. We never made it happen because she was busy, I was busy. You know what I mean? And
That's
then
the
I
best
think,
though.
yeah,
The
yeah,
busier they are, the better. Trust me, man.
she knows me when I was younger, and I know I've known her. We've known each other since we were in high school. So like when we met each other at an older age, like we all know our shit, all the bad smells, everything, right? So it
All the
was
bad
really,
smells.
yeah. So it's really easy. Like to be honest, like even after all of that, like the funny stuff, like greatest peace of mind in my life I've had so far. It's
Thank
just
God, bro.
great when you have a
Happy for you.
person that's beside you and you know things are gonna be okay. Because before her, it was more of like, you're fending for yourself because you're a man. Like you got to do everything for yourself, right? So everything has to work out. It's always
Yes,
nice
sir.
to have a second person checking on things.
Yeah, man, I'm still not seeing anything crazy up above in terms of orders. Everything's still below us.
Yeah,
103,
dude.
102.5, 102. Nothing enormous, but it trails down heavier actually to 100K still. 99, 98.
I don't like it when like things look like a bear flag and it's not. I sorry,
I just
when
want it
things
to
look like a
move.
bull flag and it's not really a bull flag and it's just like,
Like what happened this morning, basically. Or was
yeah.
it yesterday morning? I'm getting my days confused. Yesterday morning.
Oh man, when I woke up and I saw we passed the 786, I was like, oh, oh. I was like, oh. Like we broke that critical line. I was like, okay, we're going for a reset then. We're not looking for a bounce. We're looking for a reset of a trend.
Are we still live on YouTube or are we offline or no?
Oh, we're live, bro.
Oh, I don't see it.
It's a new session. There's a new session in play.
Oh yeah, just reset.
You know what I find funny this week? Last week we were all about W's and M's, right? I haven't heard anyone call out a W or M in the past couple of days. I've been telling them since last week, bro. Stop with your W's and M's. We just came from all time high, and they kept on calling it. They kept on calling it. Just like, yeah, dude. Just I told them like when you come from all time high, go back to the basics. You got your EMAs and you got your RSI and draw a trend line. That's it. Just like keep it simple. Keep it simple. Give yourself some peace of mind. Because once we start looking for like structures and stuff like that, oh, it's gonna break your heart.
You know, I was just messing around with some Fibonacci's and stuff. And if
Mhm.
you draw one from the bottom of 74K to
Yep.
all-time high, this level that we're bouncing on is the 236.
Yep. That's what I was telling Tom and Mary. We're gonna find that lower. We're gonna find that higher low soon on the macro. That's my macro fib. The major support we broke is just on the local fib area. That bounce that we got from like that bounce we got from 102. Then we went all the way to one, like, the all-time high, and then
Yeah, no, but like if you just look at just the most recent uptrend, right? Like from just the bottom of 74 to all-time high, and just draw a fib from the bottom to the top.
that's a 236, right?
The one we're wicking right now from the 236 at 103,115 on Bybit.
Nice, nice. Yeah, the 236 is a very, if you get to recover from the 236, that's super powerful.
It basically means that the uptrend is to continue. Yeah, it's just like this would just be a minor retracement and a
Yes,
continuation.
no. But always remember, there's always a bounce on the 236. What you have to look at now is how far can it bounce from the 236? Because there's a rule, and not really a rule, but like most bounces on the 236 is just basically creating another lower high so that you can get to the 382, because like Bitcoin is a 618, baby. It wants its 618. So if you draw like if you draw your trend line, okay, wait, 4 hour, the one day. If you look at the one day, the 200 is at 618. If you look at the one day right now, and you drew your fib from 74, right, all the way up.
Yeah, if you draw your fib from all the way 74 to the high, and the
We're on the
618
236 right now, right? Look where the 618 is.
618 is 88K.
89 to 300 something. It's something like that, 88K to that range. Yeah, 89 flat actually. Draw it again. You have
Well,
to
no,
be
I mean,
precise from
mine's
the
on
wick.
Bybit perpetuals.
Oh, mine's on Binance. So the 618 is at 89 flat, and the 200 is right there. You see it?
Yep.
And if you look at it, the last time we bounced off of the 200, the 200 on the 1 day, look how strong that rally was. Yep.
I just chat GPT'd it. So the confirmation of a trend. If the price bounces from the 236 level, it can provide confirmation that the uptrend is still strong and likely to continue.
But we've done with the 3 stages already. That's a 1, 2, and a 3. The third stage. Yeah, I mean, like I'm not like a super duper fan of Elliott wave, but like that's your wave 5 going to all-time high, and this is your corrective waves coming in. You have to trust your fibs. Your fib is right here. Your fib is below the 236. It can't just like do a major bounce in thin air. You know what I mean? Your 50 MA on the 1 day is at 100,000. That's why Dbloc has been calling it out for a good 2-3 weeks. If you look at the 1 day, your 50 EMA is at 100K.
Yeah, on Bybit it's at 99,926.
Yep, it's just right there, right? And that thing's gonna go up in the next couple of days because like as long as the price stays around this range, it's gonna pull the EMAs a little higher.
I mean, if we bounce from this level to potentially like 107, that's halfway from all-time high to this level. And then maybe a retest in the next couple days.
So,
Which would bring that 50 back up to maybe, yeah, like right around 100 again. Maybe a little bit higher. I don't know. It seems like if, we just made an all-time high, and for us to come back down to the 236 to just keep the momentum, we should see somewhat of a strong bounce here. That's what I was thinking, like halfway is around 107. Yeah, 50% is 107,851 from all-time high to this low we just put in. I don't know. I'm just deciding if I should, because I got some longs right at that wick. So I'm just like, man, should I just? I'm pretty sure this is gonna hold to 106, 107. I mean, I have a stop loss right below, but I'm just, yeah, I don't know. Because technically, if the 236 doesn't hold, then from that 74 to the high, the next like major support would be 93. I mean, there's a bunch of supports in the middle, but like to keep this uptrend intact, you would want to see a bounce from this 236, right? Like to keep the bullish momentum going. You lose this, and yeah, I'm sure we can bounce from 100 or 99, but from a fib standpoint, that next level of major support would be at 90, 93. And then the 618, which is 88.
Yeah. That'd be a great place. Remember, I said like we forgot to touch the monthly pivot. I've been telling the chat and the voice chat about this. Like we haven't touched the monthly pivot for May, and those 3 points are exactly where you said it. Like
And
85,
also
91.
93 has 90 the 93, which is the wait,
93, 450. I can see it. Yeah, it's the 100.
that is it's a gap too. It's a gap.
Yeah, it's the 100 EMA is actually there. So we might see a bounce at the 50, at the 100 or 200, or whales get tired and just like bounce from the 58 EMA.
Oh wait, never mind. There is another. I forgot about the 382. The 382 after the 236 is at 97.
Yeah.
97.
It's gonna be a fun. I mean, we're gonna get some bounces, but nothing just yet. I mean, like if we kept it simple, if you look at even the 15-minute can tell you like we just don't have strength. We haven't passed the 50 EMA on the 15. If you can't get past the 50 EMA on the 15,
Yeah, but
there's
like
nothing.
that's the strength wise, they always do this on a weekend, man. So it's like they do it on a weekend where it's low liquidity, low volume. So the
Dude,
strength
we've
can
been
be
doing
like
it the entire
deceiving.
week.
Huh?
Entire week. We haven't passed the 50 EMA on the 15-minute the entire week. Yeah, it's been an easy short, but like I have to learn how to not take too much profit. Like you know when you're a whole number kind of guy, like instead of taking like 5 or 10%, I'm like 25% is a much better number to take. No, I got this cute bag on a short. Like I could have just put it in my head. Okay, 100K is the marker. So I'm just gonna take 20% at 105 and take the rest later on. No, I kept on taking profit every day because I'm like paranoid.
You know what helps me with that? I just started doing it and it's really been helping. You set your target points, you take the profit there, and then you just leave a little moon bag, if it ends up
Yeah, like,
skyrocketing,
that's the thing. That's why I'm
you
laughing
still
because
get
like I
the
have this moon bag right now. I should have left like more than 50% so that I can maximize my take profit at 100K, which was really my target. But now I ended up like with like a small 20% bag because I put like 5 grand at like 10x from where's my target? 108, 500. When I saw the chart breaking down, when we broke that 200 MA, I just started to short from there, and I started taking profit because like I wasn't too confident. But yeah, I got a small moon bag. I'm just waiting for 100K. I want a decent long though. I kind of miss longing the chart. It's just that like I haven't seen strength, big enough volume or strength that could like at least break the 50 EMA.
Yo, you were saying it hasn't passed all week the 50 MA on the 15-minute?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, the past 4 days, sorry. Since the 29th.
Oh yeah, we had that top at 108. Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw that, and then we broke down, we couldn't get above it,
That
and then we
was just
broke
Thursday.
100
That was
again.
Thursday.
Like,
Thursday leading into this move, which is what I'm saying. Like, there's a chance that this move could be complete, at least enough to bounce to 107.8.
yeah, I keep forgetting that we're on different time zones. So like for me, it's been a good almost 4 days of just like, oh, this short's yummy.
Yeah, like today it's May 31st now, and we had that pop to 108, and then that was the
Yeah, I
short to get
closed my
into.
other short. I had a short from all-time high. I closed it at 108 when we had that decent bounce, and I saw that we were going to go above the 50, closed it, and I started another short on the 29th. after the 108. And I kind of volleyed at the take profit, got a little greedy, took profit way too early. As soon as we hit, as soon as I hit like 50% or 100%, I started like taking my initials out.
CME close is at 104.5.
Ooh,
So I think we see a push to 107. Man. I'm telling you.
bro, we need a thicker weekend trap, man. Like I hate it when weekend traps are this thin, man. Like this range is just painful to look at. 104.5 all the way to 106, $2,000 range. Oh,
Yeah, I
103 would have been decent.
I thought
103, a 3,000K range would have been a nice weekend trap.
Yeah, I thought 104 was gonna hold. But I should have drawn this fib earlier, and I would have saw that like yo price is like it's magnetized to go to this 236, which it did.
Yeah, dude.
And now
Yeah,
it's
236
bouncing.
is major. So it's gonna probably do a bounce all the way to. Oh, dude, look at the 13 on the 1 day. That's actually a nice ceiling to bounce off of. So if we're gonna have like a little dead cat bounce, what's Dbloc's what's the high on Dbloc's weekend trap? Is it 106? Because I'm looking at my chart.
If we get a dead cat bounce,
Up to 106. Perfect. Because like the 13 EMA is at 106. So we might have that little push all the way there, then retest the 236 to go down to the 50 EMA. It's near the 382.
yeah, from all-time high to the bottom of this wick, the 382 is at 106.459, and then 50% would be 107.5. We're very bullish, but it
That's
doesn't
for the
seem
local, right? That's for the local trend.
yeah, just from all-time high to this wick we just created like a couple hours ago at 103.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. It's perfect. See? Combined speculation gives you the confluences you need. That's why I like coming in the community, man. Because like I have my speculations. It's just that when everybody sends it all back in, it just makes more sense.
Or we could just knife straight down to 100 right here. It does, everything does seem really weak though. I'm just trying to find some light in
Yeah,
the
man.
darkness.
Look at the 1 day candles, man. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 daily red candles, man. So
But there is some hope though, because like it is bouncing from a low. I was like, I'm just trying to give my own reasoning on my trades. Like, why is it bouncing? What's making it bounce? What's the potential? Okay, so it's bouncing from a pretty big level, and then I was like, then I just Googled ChatGPT, like, what's the significance in an uptrend of the 236? And yeah, it's a continuation. It's a corrective pullback, and if the trend is strong, it should continue upwards from there. And the trend has been pretty strong. I mean, it's not like we're coming down to 236 in the middle of price action. Like we're coming down to a 236 from an all-time high. So that's
Yep.
some strength right there that we should at
That's
least
the major
have a
confluence.
chance to go up to. That's what I was thinking. 50% would be 107, and then see what happens.
107. That's actually makes sense because like the 107 is where the 800 wait. This is the 800. 107 is the 800, bro. What you just called? That's the 800. That's pretty decent. But yeah, 106 is where the 13 is at on the 1 day. That might be, I think that's why Dbloc wrote this. Like he made this weekend trap. This makes sense. It's a better ceiling. Because by the time by tomorrow, the 800 won't be at 107 anymore. Like by tomorrow, the 800 might be at 106 on the 15-minute. Dude, I swear, like being like I've been in this community for a couple weeks, almost like I think a month and a half. Like the Dbloc's thesis has really simplified the way I trade. It gets I get impatient sometimes though, because like I get itchy waiting for a trade. But yeah,
Yeah, I feel you on
that's
that.
long.
I definitely learned a lot since I joined. He knows
Yeah,
his stuff for sure.
beast.
I like the
I've tried it.
Discord though
I've tried to
because
be hard headed and traded against his stuff. Like I end up like giggling afterwards because like I always I get it wrong most of the time.
I mean it looks like he just follows what's most probable, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
He sticks to
Right,
it, follows
right,
the plan, that's
right.
it.
Here's common sense, guys. Take it.
I mean take it or leave it.
Yeah. I
Like
used
we
to be
say,
like
you could lead a
super
horse to the water, but you
contrarian.
can't force
I
it
like
to drink,
to be
you know?
contrarian also. So when I see a long, I'm actually prepping for a short. You know what I mean? When I see a huge drop, I'm actually prepping for a long. So I like contrarian trades. But like with D-Block, it's like, oh, I can do more by just like checking out where the MAs are, putting up my fibs, all the
Yeah, I
confluence.
checked out a few other channels, see what people got going on. This is when I first started, and you know, it's like it looks all good on paper, right? Like they show you all this good stuff.
Oh,
You got people in the chat, and then
so good.
they're
So
on for
good.
like what 20, 30 minutes, and they're gone. You know, before the real decision hits or before anything makes a major move, they're just gone in the wind. Here it feels like you know. I know it's called the Cypher family, but I mean I can see why. You know, like we're always here. There's people sleeping in the call, listening in. He pops in, bad or good move. You know, he's got his analytics, so it's cozy here. Definitely cozy.
Yo, bro, we're getting a snappy move here from Bitcoin.
Yeah, that candle's pretty strong.
Yeah, I just saw some big guys. I saw some guys buying like 30 Bitcoin at a time.
Listening to my analysis, dude, they were like 107, send it. Bye, bye, bye.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just looking on the 1 hour frame, and I just looking at
And I
like the
reopened
previous
my ETH.
patterns.
I reopened my ETH trade as well. ETH and SWI. Oh yeah, for sure. It's too early. Yeah, still early. But it's a trade that's worth speculating on. Just keep your stop losses tight. See how far it goes. Doesn't matter if we make like a couple bucks. Let's just see how far it can push. Because I'm also looking at the RSI of the 15-minute. It's way overbought. It's doing a double top on the RSI right now. But the vortex is still pointing away from each other, so that's good news.
You said there wasn't a stopping volume at the that low we just made?
I see a stopping volume at a 15. It was at the 236, yeah. I mean, it's not a big wick, but you can, yeah. Oh yeah. No, I totally agree with that. On the macro, I know we're not there yet. But if we're scalping, that's a pretty decent trend. It's not a broken trend yet. Yeah. Bitcoin's up Almost a
Yeah, like
percent.
a move to 106 is like almost a 3% move, and then a potential to 107 is 3.5%.
Look at you and your 107.
Well, I mean, yeah, most likely
I
the
would like
3
that too. I'm on longs right now.
165 is probably where it goes, but there's a chance it gets 105 or 107
I
by
hate
50.
I got faked out on my ETH trade. Oh,
Dude, if it's very bullish, it can go to the 618 and reject off the 618, which is 108. I mean, it just depends if maybe we get some Trump bullish news tomorrow. He always
Trump
randomly
bullish news? Oh my god.
Dude, no, on the weekends he goes bullish. If you notice, like last week is when he went super bearish on Friday. We had that massive sell off, and then basically on I think it was Friday or Sunday he just completely reversed it and was
Is
like,
it because he plays golf on a Sunday, so he has his head on right on his
he just
shoulders,
gets a
and so
couple. He doesn't drink. I'm pretty sure Trump actually does not drink at all. So yeah, probably just
he does.
golf and chilling with family. And his
Yeah,
sons are
right.
probably like, "Yo, Dad, you
Yeah.
gotta give us a pump, man. Give us a pump." His sons asleep.
No, but if you think about it, right? If you do a round of golf, you go to the sauna, you have a nice lunch, you meet your kids, and you have a nice dinner, and you start thinking straight again, you know? And then Monday hits, and you got to deal with China, with Israel, and all of that. So by
Yeah,
the
he
time
gets
it's Friday,
angry.
it's like
He gets angry on
just
Monday, man.
empty.
Mondays are just like he'll just tweet a storm off. Just it's craziness.
Yeah, so we need him to play more golf. I think that's what we need to tell him.
I think we're gonna get the bounce here, dude. I'm feeling a strong
It
bounce
is
to
pretty good.
106.
Pretty good bounce.
Too easy. Like we can't make it easy for everybody. We gotta make it hard. 103. No one's putting bids up there unless you're watching this fib. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about 100K? Like big my thing about big round numbers is it makes it too easy, especially when you're in a bullish trend, for people just to load up and just have orders there. I don't know. Yeah, but then it just makes like price action even more choppier on the way up because it makes it harder because you don't know like the size of the orders, how much like what people's profit taking levels are. Like you would rather people chase price and like for it to like almost like that FOMO to fuel the rally versus like it just seems like it would just be a slower move up at 100 or 97. Then we'll just like I just feel like it will just slow everything down. It'll take months to get back to an all-time high. Yeah, it has to be quick. Can you imagine? You imagine you got to deal with like more like James Wing whales that are just like loaded up at 100K. I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Let me see. Yeah, no, he still has some money, but yeah, he's down pretty big. He's down. He's down 19. Oh wow, never mind. It's all closed. It's all closed. You're right. Oh wow, he did close. He closed his Pepe. He just did it 45 minutes ago though. He closed all his Pepes. He closed his Bitcoin. Bro, and you know what's crazy? 45 minutes ago is when I was doubting. That's when I started like checking these fibs. I was like, yo, maybe we are just gonna crash down to 100 right here. But then that was right around 45 minutes ago because it looked like it was coming back down. And then we got this
You
pop.
know what you gotta read is how his tweets are last week and how he sounds like this week. Last week he sounded like a meme trader. This week he sounds like a legitimate Bitcoin trader. Well, I think I'm just gonna trade on spot. and buy Bitcoin and hold it. When I saw that, I was like, proper trading. Welcome to crypto trading, brother. Welcome. Last week is like, we're gonna change the game. We're gonna do this. I'm like, oh man, that's the last thing you want to tell the whales, man.
Let that be a learning lesson to all you new people out there.
45 minutes ago. Yeah, dude. 45 minutes ago is when we were coming down to like right around 1034. He was just like, I'm out. Out.
He's like, this is a scam. I'm done, bro.
Welcome, welcome. I loved it. I loved how different his tone was. It took only 1 week for crypto to teach him the ways. Just 1 week totally changed him.
It's a straight humble him.
And Dbloc was saying it. When you get your money that fast in crypto and you decide to play the real game, it's gonna humble you.
Yeah, he's right about that.
100%. Who are we kidding? He'll be back on Monday.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all he needs is just for his boys to go online and just talk to him in Discord. Bro, you got this. This is gonna change everything. You know, one of those talks. He's gonna be back on Twitter. It's like, I figured it out. If he says that on a Monday, oh man, those words, those famous last words, I figured it out.
Yeah, I'm looking at his trade details, like on Dextrabot. So it looks like total PNL for overall, like since he started in March 12th. Like he had some big wins, but I guess his total PNL is negative 11.3 million. And then of that 11.3 million, it was 7.7 million was just in losses, and then 3.5 million was just fees.
Feeds
And like and his best trades, right? So like he had that's why he was just feeling cocky. Like these are his best trades. On Pepe, he made 25 million. On his first Bitcoin long, he made 18 million. On Trump, he made 6 million. On Fartcoin, he made 5 million. And then he has another Pepe long, he made 1 million. And then he has one Bitcoin short that he lost 1.5 million. But overall, yeah, he's down 11.3 million.
Damn.
Why would you short Bitcoin, bro? What are you doing? Guy literally has zero. Like he's just a square, dude. Like he has no sense of awareness at all.
When I heard he did that with 40x with that amount of money, I was like, oh man, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. You know, if he did that short with a 3x, the whales and the market makers, they wouldn't mind him at all. Because they're not going to do any damage. If he just put that in a low leverage and like, he'll be doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, he'll be great.
40x on Bitcoin. That's crazy. With that amount of money.
Yeah, at peak, the value was over $1 billion when he had that 40x Bitcoin long going.
Who do you think? Who could that be?
Yeah, I heard his interview. He did a interview with that YouTuber Crypto Banter, and he's like some guy from England. He's got like an English accent. he said he's young because he was like, he made a comment to the guy. He's like, I'm much younger than you. And Crypto Banter seems like he's in his like 40s, I think. So this guy's either between like 25 to 35, maybe. But he said much younger than you, so I'm thinking maybe he could even be in his 20s. He said
Yeah, we were
he
both
basically
that
came
last
from nothing. He like lived in like the worst part of England where like people like struggle for money, and once you're there, you usually never get out. But he seems like he was a complete gambler though, like a total D-gen gambler. Like he wasn't like this fancy trader. Like he's just the D-gen. He made most of his money from Pepe. He said when he was in the trenches like 2-3 years ago when we were in the bear market, he found Pepe and he just rode that. He made probably like 10, 15, 20 mil on it, and he just kept trenching.
Yeah, Pepe. Pepe surprised a lot of people because like everybody was expecting ETH to run for Pepe to run, right? But Pepe made its own strides
I know, dude.
last year.
I got in. I had, man, I had so much Pepe. I just fumbled Pepe. I'd be sitting so pretty if I just held that bag. I got in Pepe day 2 or day 1 of Pepe. I think it was like the night of. I was like, all right, threw like $500 in. That turned into a couple thousand. I was like, all right, and I just kept trading it. And I think at one point I had like 30 billion Pepe. And I just fumbled it. I fumbled it.
No worries. So Bitcoin seems like it wants to go up past the 50. Got 6 minutes. Let's see. The next
I
candle
mean,
wants.
it's crazy that it didn't come back down. Like but that's the thing. Like there wasn't like a lot of stopping volume maybe at that 103. So maybe it's enough that it doesn't need to come back down and fill that gap area. Like it wasn't just a quick wick and then pop. It was like a lot of buys and sells in that area.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel like a black swan is like right around the corner though.
Bro, I'm telling you, we're getting a new chicken pox right now. Dude, you won't be able to type, man. You won't be able to type when you get those boils in between your fingers, bro. Oh, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be. I hope we're. It's not gonna be. You know, I hate when I have to say like it's not gonna be that bad. Yeah. Well, I mean, if we really want quantitative easing, like right now, we know the ways to make it happen. But we don't also want it, right? We don't want it. I mean, I cannot live a life where I have to go in lockdown every 4 years. You know what I mean? Tiring.
That could be the new normal, though. Possible.
Could be.
Come on, Biddy. I need you to go down just a little more, Biddy. Not a lot, just a little.
Wait, how little what are you thinking? Like below that the low we just made?
No, I think he means 100K.
Oh, nah.
Just a couple of notches. I think this is a good bounce. It's a healthy bounce from the 236. Yeah, I think the cells are.
So where you guys
Asia, baby.
Asia time is good time.
What's nice about the community also is like we got people from every single time zone. You know, every single one of them.
Yes, sir.
ride cowboys around here, boy? I'm just kidding. I don't ride cowboys. I don't do nothing like that. I'm actually in El Paso. It's pretty much Mexico.
I'm up in Alberta. We call ourselves Texas Junior.
Alberta. Oh yeah, bro.
What's good, gentlemen?
What
Yo,
up,
yo.
D?
What's up?
Just hanging
Uh,
out.
sniffing out, yeah, sniffing out this new bounce on the 236 right on top of the vector tap you drew. We're waiting. I'm actually just like kind of waiting for it. Let's see what it does on the 50.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath for anything too crazy. What's going on, Monster? What's going on, YouTube?
Yeah, low volume. Nothing exciting. So how
You're
you been?
missing nice.
Good, man. This heat in Florida is killing me, though.
Heck yeah, dude. I didn't know you moved to Florida. That's what's up. Over here, moved to Florida, working on GTA 6. The man's doing things.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I'm proud of you, bro. Keep it up.
I like how High Def always greets Dbloc. He goes like, he goes, "What up, Dbloc?" And then just follows it up with the most bearish sentiment. Is like, "I think it's over."
Yeah. It's a wild boy. Between
Yeah,
him
bro.
and Adam,
That's my guy, man.
you got the perma bull Adam, and then the perma bear High Def. You get them going at each other. It's like an infinite feedback loop. Yeah, it was nice to see on alts. Not like, I don't want to celebrate anybody's losses, but put yourself in my situation. I let a lot of these low prices on alts go because of my conviction on dominance. And no matter how many times you've seen it happen before, it's always nice to watch it play out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, the right thing to do never feels like the right thing to do. I don't care how long you've been in this shit. Even to me, doing something that, like, you know, like buying those dips or not buying because I think there's going to be, you know, all of that type of shit, that it doesn't get old. That shit always feels just as crazy. You just get more used to ignoring it, but it is a little bit of a vindication when things do what they're supposed to do. And not even like a vindication for me, but just like a vindication for TA, you know, in general, for the power of technical analysis.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, Maddie? I don't blame you. A lot of people sort of took some time off.
Like, yeah, bro, I stepped away for years.
Yeah, there's two choices, Maddie. We go up to CME close, and then have a regular weekend trap and wait to see if we free shorts and go for 100, or if we free longs and then 3-day retrace into 100, or we just pull the plug now and get it. If I'm gonna be greedy, you allow me to be greedy for a second, I would prefer it to go down to 100K, leave the CME gap above until Asia comes in, and then take that. My favorite trade, right? From a big drop up into CME as Asia comes in.
Like I said, baby, 100K, here we come. Hopefully.
I will be making buys before we get to 100K. I'm not trying to catch the pico bottom of anything right now because I fully expect a big possibility of getting front run. So
Yeah, I think we're at that point. It feels like it.
what's going on, Axe? Top of the morning.
Sprinkling in, yeah. That time.
Not I said a fly.
Nah, DCA, no.
On some things, I've already started my DCA on Soul.
Yes, sir.
I'll let it shake out tomorrow and see what everything looks like. I went over the BTC pairs. I mean, everything is still like Link is just putting in bottoms on the BTC pair now, new local bottoms. So I'm not worried about price getting away from me because I'm buying my alts with Satoshis.
Yeah, it's a good position right now. Good set.
It's great. One of the benefits of buying with Satoshis, obviously, aside from just the multiplying of your sats, is you get to watch the confirmation on the USD price first. Right? So USD finds a bottom, does its thing, you know, gives you a good recovery. And like normally, if you were trading with USD, you don't want to wait for that confirmation. You know, you want to buy that fallen knife and just hedge yourself against being wrong. But when you're buying in BTC, you can let the whole thing play out, right? BTC still looks weak, but you get the go signal from the USD chart that at least it's, you know, there should be a bottom coming soon at some point.
Yes, sir.
AI16Z and AIXBT, Leighton. AI agents, AI, and memes took the hardest hits today.
Like hard hits. AI 16 is back to like 200 mil.
Yeah, they took like 15 plus, 15% plus. Let's do a quick let me turn all this shit off. Actually, we can see it like this. Let me turn off the VPVI. We're gonna do a quick little run through the blockchain real quick. We know what we're looking for. Have they retested their 50s? Have they lost their 50s? If they lost their 50s, have they reclaimed that vector underneath? So AIXBT did lose its 50. Unlike everything else, it didn't have a massive vector underneath. So it's still holding its range. It would need to break down underneath 16.5 to break structure here. AIOZ broke. It doesn't really have anything until you come all the way down here. If it was to get ugly, it'd probably come down. R-Weave lost its 50. Tomorrow's daily candles are going to be very important. Tomorrow, what we're looking for is for the strong coins to turn these daily candles into stopping volume candles. That beam.
Did Quant finally turn up or turn down? I mean,
Cookie, it ran all right the other day. Cookie's just coming down to its 50 now. Some of the stronger coins are going to be just touching down at 50. Doge lost its 50 again. We need to turn this into some sort of a stopping volume candle or a Doji tomorrow. Oh, that's CRV. Sorry, that's not Doge. This is Doge. Same deal though. Halfway through the vector, either we flush it or we turn that into a stopping volume candle and it holds on the 618. Dot broke its 50, looked to the left, took its vector, waiting for a stopping volume candle to prove the move tomorrow.
Looks good to me.
ETH BTC didn't drop at all. ETH BTC is literally still holding its 13 EMA. ETH USD, same, hasn't retested its 50. Gala broke its 50, looked to the left. In the process of clearing that vector. So we'll see. This could come down a little bit more. I would actually like to see it come down just a little bit more.
do that Quant QNT.
Gun broke. Yeah, I'll get to it. It's on the list. I'm just scrolling down the list. No, you're good. Guns. This more important than anything is going to be the stopping volume candle tomorrow. If I can get a stopping volume candle tomorrow up above these spider lines, or honestly just any, I would love to see it turn into a green stopping volume candle. And then I'm going to buy a irresponsible amount of gun. H-bar looks a little weak, right? H-bar lost its 50, looked to the right, cleared its vector, but didn't stop. Right? Lost the level here. So they could still be coming down for this vector at 15.4, 14.8.
It's unfortunate.
Hype on its 13. Hasn't tested its 50. ICP. Another good contender for that stopping volume candle tomorrow. Broke its 50. Cleared the majority of that vector. Could still come down a little bit lower, but we want to see how this daily candle forms out. IMX. You notice a reoccurring theme here on most of these coins. IODEX held. Look at the difference. Mm-hmm. Clear difference.
Power.
Very strong. Jasmine. Broke its 50, cleared its vector. Same. Looking tomorrow to have a stopping volume candle to sort of match this one. Hold that support. KDA. Same thing. cleared its 50, looked to the right, took out its vector. KTA gone off to the right. Launch coin off and to the right. If launch coin holds this flag, it's gonna be gone. If it drops through its flag, things could get really ugly. I don't even have to draw that vector gap for you guys to see how nasty that is.
See, man?
Litecoin, same deal. Broke its 50, looked to the left, vector gap, cleared the entire vector. Waiting to see if we can get a stopping volume tomorrow off of this SR flip.
Look at that.
Metis, same deal. Broke its 50. Hasn't reclaimed its entire vector yet. So we'd be looking for that to come down to 14.8 if it doesn't get front run. Mu just breaking its 50 now. No real vectors underneath to reclaim. So it'd be nice to just have that sign tomorrow that pulls us out. Moondang is almost back to its 50. Morph, I don't even know why I'm still looking at that. Somebody asked me about that. All right, where's our buddy that likes Nitron here? Is he here?
Oh my god.
I literally only look at this chart for one person in the chat. And
Does that dude
I
have a
hope he
pulse,
was
bro?
I hope he was paying attention, bro. Ando broke its 50, cleared its vector, looking to hold support. Slight vector gap underneath support that it could dive into if things go rough. If Ando comes back down into this is a very good, in my opinion, not financial advice. If Ando was to come down and clear this entire vector, that's probably the best buys of this entire run. Pengu.
I just sold my Pangu.
Broke its 50. We'll have to see what happens. It could hold the 2618. It does have a vector down at like 86 to 78, but I really don't want to go down there. Pepe coin down to the bottom of its accumulation. High risk. High risk, high reward play. I stress the high risk part. Big Pepe on its 50. If that breaks, we've already seen it happen on the other coins, right? If that breaks, it clears this vector, comes down, takes this box out. Stopping volume candle tomorrow holds that 50, then you can start talking about target 2. Pi. I don't know, bro. My TA on Pi was if this W plays out, just sell everything and never look back. Be glad that you got something out of it. People were in this project for so long trying to make something happen.
And it did. It straight played out.
Matic broke its 50 in the process of clearing its vectors now. Let me move this vector over. Right, so everything is doing the same thing, but it's doing it at its own pace depending on what it's left behind, right? But they're all accomplishing the same thing. They've retested their 50s. If their 50s didn't hold, they're clearing vector gaps to the left from the push up. Ponky's another one. Right, Ponky could come all the way down into this vector.
Into the market, noobs.
Popcat, same sort of deal. A lot of this shit is wait and see till tomorrow. Prime, PYR looks sickly. There's Quant. Right, Quant's on the bullish side, the ones that are still holding their 13. I mean, to be real with you, Quant hasn't even retested its 13 on the daily yet.
Bullish.
Yeah. It did have a little retest of the 50 when it broke out here, consolidated on the 50. So there is a chance that it doesn't have to come back down. Radium broke the 50, cleared the vector. Render broke the 50. Render looks bad. If Render doesn't hold here, Render doesn't hold here. It's going to take a little dive. Ronin, I'll speed through this quick. Ronin broke its 50. Plenty of vectors to recover. RSR broke its 50, cleared its vector. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Say broke its 50, cleared its vector, held support. See what happens tomorrow. Sol is just now breaking its 50. I've already got my grid set up through this vector recovery. Spec looks like shit. Don't touch it. Stacks broke its 50, has some vectors to clear. Just ignore that wick. We still don't know what the hell that was about. But that's the vector that needs to be recovered there. Sui broke its 50, clearing its vectors now. Worst case scenario for Sui comes down to 2-3. And that's like worst case scenario. I'm DCAing in this red box. Swift. Same sort of thing. About to lose its bull flag though. Tau holding its 50. Tau looks strong. Tia putting in new lows. Not good. Toshi holding its 50. Trump took out its 50, clearing these vectors. Turbo, same deal. Bunch of vectors on Turbo though. If tomorrow's candle doesn't look good and it holds this 2618, it can take a dip. Octavia AI, same deal. Virtuals, someone was asking about virtuals. Virtuals is almost down to its 50 retest. Right, virtuals never turned back down to its 50. It kept going and it forced the 50 to come up to it. Right, so we're at that retest sort of spot now. Voxels. Yeah, if you haven't heard your coin, it's probably left on the list here. Voxels is dangerous, guys. Voxels needed to hold the support. We're in no man's land now. There is nothing holding price up here at all. Literally in this range right here, you had zero price action. Like zero support built. Right? Literally just parabolic up, parabolic down. Veracity. Exploring some lows. Veracity never retested its daily break, which is kind of spooky because you'd have to come all the way down to 1117 to get that retest. Whiff was one people didn't want to hear when I was saying this shit had to come back down to its 50, but we're here now. When we originally looked at it, the 50 was here. Right, so it did go sideways for a while. Price came up, but we're in vector reclamation now. And if that 50 doesn't hold, you can come down to 57. Worst case scenario. These are all worst case scenarios, guys. Wilder seems to be holding up. XCN above a massive vector gap. Again, if this breaks support. Alright, it's the last thing you have holding you up right here. If that doesn't hold, you're coming down to the 200. That doesn't hold, things can get spooky. XLM broke its 50. Look over to the left. Vector candle recovery on its retest of its daily. Tomorrow's daily candle will be important on here for sure for XLM. XMR got the retest of its 50 finally. Another one that pumped and made the price come up to it. XRP retested its 50 earlier but couldn't hold it. Showed weakness, came back and cleared its vector. Stopping volume candle, well, Doge candle off of the 200. We'll see if we can flip this into a stopping volume candle tomorrow. that might be the higher low that you've been looking for, right? We're looking to put in a larger higher low fractal here, or a larger W fractal. Right, that'll be what ends up sending us. But that 200 has to hold. ZBCN, no TA needed. You're in, you're happy. You're not in, you are not happy. That's really all the TA that you need there. We are expecting it to come down to the 13 at the very least. Like, this thing is literally still on its 5 EMA, so don't be surprised if it comes down to its 13, but
Yeah.
that shit looks great. Zero, bro. Devs, any devs out there listening? Don't fake your suicide. And if you do fake your suicide, don't come back. All right, because we were doing just fine when everybody thought that dude had unalived himself, and then he pops up on Twitter like it was a pseudo-side. I was identifying as, bro, it was bad, bad. That's why I was like, this is gonna get interesting. And ever since then, it's just been bad, bro. Bleed out. And it sucks because Zero Bro is such a good project. Really didn't need the dev at all. So if I didn't mention your specific coin, chances are it's in one of those two camps. It's holding its 50, or it's already broken its 50, and you need to look to the left and see where your vectors are. Tomorrow we'll go through everything in depth because tomorrow's candles are going to be important. Well, this daily candle, but tomorrow's close, I should say. Nah, it was crazy, Mr. Moon. It like pumped the project when it happened. Some people out of sympathy, and some people were like, well, the dev's out the way. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes not having a dev involved is a good thing. It was almost like the AI agent was just running autonomously, right? That's why I got so much buzz. Yeah, only in crypto. Coming back is wild. Faking it in the first place is crazy. But coming back once your project is buzzing, and now you want to take credit, so you're like, got you. Jokes. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm okay with the wicks getting bigger, right? Like, I'm okay with price dropping, but we need a recovery by daily candle close tomorrow, or we're going to have to wait for another day to lock in some bottoms, which is cool. We got to wait 2-3 days, whatever, but
Yo, Virtuals is actually getting a pretty strong push right now.
Yeah, I'll look at TARS for you, Elsie. If I have to guess, I'd assume it got hit pretty hard today with the rest of the AI. But I haven't looked at it today at all. What's the ticker? TARS or TARS AI? Why can't I find this damn ticker? Aussie, what's the ticker on that? Alright, let me reset the stream real quick, guys. We're getting close to that 12-hour mark. I gotta go do some research. Let me just set it real quick. If you haven't liked the stream, like the stream. If you haven't subscribed, by all means subscribe. What are you waiting for?
Yes, sir.
We'll be back in 1 minute.